よし、始まったな。はーい、こんばんは。今日ね、ちょっと予定なかったんで、前にオータムセール、ハロウィンセールの時かなに購入した FF5 と一緒に購入してたセールで買ったタングルタワーですね。これなんだっけ、リンボと同時期に買ったやつです。リンボ FF タングルタワーと3本買ったんですけど、これだけまだ触ってなかったんで、これやろうと思って。で、なんか調べると、任天堂スイッチでも移植版移植版っていうか、プラットフォームでも販売があるゲームらしくて。で、タングルタワーっていう謎のタワーで、19歳の少女が殺された殺人事件の謎を解き明かしていく推理アドベンチャーっていう風に聞いています。なんのこっちゃ分かりません。やっていこうかなと思います。まあね、聞きながら作業用 BGM にでもしてもらえるとありがたいです。何をするべきなんか分かんないんで、とりあえずやっていきたいと思います。スターツ。セーブデータが3つもあるね。はい、タングルタワー。昼下がり。なんか、なんとも言えんな。湖のほとり。触る？お、触ると会話できる。用意できたか、サリー。セリフは英語やな。グリモワール。私は7分半も前からここで待ってる。あの地図は持ってきた。これなんだ？事件ファイル。もう事件は起こってるんですね。うん。読むか。事件ファイル。殺人事件の被害者はフレイヤ・フェロー、19歳。フローラ・フェロー、58歳の肖像画を描いている最中に死亡。現場はフローラの塔。フローラは肖像画のモデルをしていたのでその場にいた。フローラその場にいた。フレイヤ・フェローは仰向けの状態で見つかった。胸に1箇所刺し傷あり。仰向けね。正面からやられとる。現場で凶器は見つかっていないが、鋭利な刃物は抜かれてるんですね。未完成の絵に描かれている被写体はナイフを手にしている。これか。フローラ・フェローさんの肖像画を描いているんだけど、その肖像画のフローラさんは手にナイフを持ってて血ついとんでってことですね。これナイフの先についている赤色は絵の具ではなく血痕であると判明。絵のここか。絵のナイフ、絵画のナイフの方についているのが実際の血痕ですってことか。小さな紙切れに書いてある絵、裏に書き込みがある。タングルタワーと呼ばれているので一つかと思っていたら、屋敷の上に2つの塔が建てられている。屋敷の上に2つの塔が建ってる。屋敷は丸みを帯びた湖に囲まれ、珍しい色が入り混じった水が流れている。なんか不思議な世界観やと思ったけど、実際不思議な色なんや。青白い崖が湖の周りに切り立ち、斜面は急で凹凸もなく登ることはできない。現在タングルタワーではフェロー家とポインター家が暮らしている。登場人物多そうやな。とりあえずこの2つか。事件ファイルとタングルタワーについて。フレイヤ、これはあれですね、被害者の子で、特に情報とかもまだ何も知られてませんので分かりません。殺害された方法とは？なんか選択肢があるとかでもないから、これは後々って感じかな。さあ、フーダニット問われてますけど、まだ全部の登場人物出てないよね。ただその場にいたって言うてるから、普通にフローラさんは重要参考人ですよね。その通りだ。 はい。
Still, I reckon I've got it all worked out.
へえ。なんで？
So, who do you think
ああ、
did
終わ
it?
った。
Still,
The ground's moist. But
あ、
it's not muddy.
触ったら調べられるんだ。地面は湿ってる、だがぬかるんではない。
Wonder how often it
I
rains.
cannot believe how exciting this murder investigation is already.
なんか何でもないところも調べてみる？
Are they?
Wind chimes.
ウィンドチャイム。カランコロンカラ
Silent
ン。
wooden wind chimes.
It's a bird bath.
バードバー
Is that
ス。
just rainwater? Looks a little weird.
The birds seem to like it.
They're even singing a little tune.
歌を口ずさんでる。
Doot, 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 doot.
ドゥッドゥッドゥッドゥッドゥッドゥ
Please
ッドゥ
don't
ッ
do
ドゥッ
that.
関係なさそう。乗ってきた船関係なさそう。まあ奥、
It's a garden,
庭園。
I think. It's currently
We could.
ready when you are.
じゃあもう行きますか。
It's a garden, I think.
we-
Ready when you are.
え、ああ、これで行けるようになったよって感じか。デフォルメが可愛いですね。じゃあ早速屋敷の内部に潜入します。庭園。まあ調べられるもんは調べた方がいいん
It's
だ
a
よな。
stone carving. Wonder
石の
how
彫
far
刻に
back.
日々。
I think it's supposed to look an egg.
まあ卵だよね。東
It's
屋
a bandstand.
野外ステー
It's
ジ。
small for a bandstand.
It's a one-man bandstand.
結構適当なこと言うてるな。
And it's full of the same weird water that was in the lake.
水変だよ。
Any fish in there?
Not a single one. Although there
It's
is.
a cassette tape.
カセットテープ？
Or it used to be.
なんだなんだ？壊れたテープ発見です。水濡れで破損したカセットテープ。ラベルのインクがにじみ、判読は不可能。筆記体が書いてある感じはするな。Y とか G とかなんかな。なんかありそうなところクリックするのは正しそうだね。
What animal is.
Hawk.
Right. Of course. Hawk bear lizard.
タカクマトカゲ。
It's a statue of some
なんか
hideous, scaly,
基本的に
bipedal fish
お
monster
どろしいな。
Playing a harp.
playing a harp. Hang on a second.
お、なんかある。よく見てみようぜ。うわー、何これ。
Isn't just a regular statue, is it?
Something tells me we're not gonna solve this just yet.
はいはい。なんか条件が揃ったらここでパズル的ゲームがあるわけやね。
Let's come back later. It must do
You'd
something.
hope so, wouldn't you?
古い劣化が進んだぞ。水陸両生の生き物が大きなハープを持っている。4個の柱の節それぞれに記号が刻まれている。パッと見ベルと唇、そしてピアノの鍵盤にひよこ。まあなんか回せそうだったよね。まあなんかギミックがありそうだよね。
Spooky. What do you think it's for?
I think it's to scare away the
Is it
devil.
working?
No.
うん。移動しますか。正面玄関。おお、なくなっとる。
Oh,
おう。
What?
oh. There's an O on the floor.
Oh yeah.
おいや。
Tangle Tower.
Twar.
とは。カタカナで書かれてると変だね。
Should we ring the doorbell?
Why would we not? It's a little melody. Do you think he'll start to move if we try to go inside?
これもなんか変だね。R って書いてある気
I
がす
think
るけ
he'll
ど。
just silently judge us.
なんかあるよね、これ。
Is that an envelope?
It's been opened, but the letter's still in there.
手紙が入ったままの封
Let's
筒。
read it.
Isn't that an invasion of someone's privacy?
No, definitely.
でも見ようぜ。1枚の紙が入っている。暗号は別の紙に書いた。覚えたら始末しろ。君の理由には賛同できん。そこで見つけることは無理だろう。暗号ですか。君の理由には賛同できんってなんかいさかいの証だよね。誰かが揉めてるわ。あとどこだ？調べそうなところあんまないよな。
Don't think it's locked.
Yeah, that means we can just walk straight in, right?
I'm pretty sure that's the rule, yeah.
もう入れるんだ。どうしよう。 2つ行き道がありますけど、
Let's head to the crime scene first.
は
It's
ー
at
い、
the top of the west tower, I think.
西の塔の一番上ね、こっちね。じゃあ向かいますか。現場行きます。お、広場。ここで西と東の塔の合流地点みたいになってるってことか。ここ何？
That's a big glass tube.
ガラス管、中に水。
There are weeds in there. And sand.
It's an aquarium?
水槽。
Could be. Except there's nothing living in it.
生き物はいない。
Anymore.
で、何らかの地図みたいな。
What is that?
I think it's a family tree.
家系図。うおー、読めねえ。フローラ。で、フィオナ・フェロー。今回の被害者ってフレイヤだったよね。どれだ？これだ。フレイヤ・フェロー。これだ。で、肖像画の58歳の人がフローラでしょ？どれだ？どれだ？これかな？フローラ。人めっちゃおるってこと？読んでみるか。これフロード・フェローで、フレディ・フェローで、セレナ・ストーントップ、フェリシア・フェロー、ダミアン・ダスク、フリント・フェロー、フェリックス・フェロー、エミリー・エバーストーン、フィッツ・フェロー、フィオナ・フェロー。これどういう家系図になってる？こっちポインター系でしょ？プロードポインター、プレディポインター、パーシバルポインター、パンドラポインター、バック・ブラックレイ、ペネロペポインター、プリモローズ・レミントン、ポピーポインター、リチャード・レミントン、フローラ・レミントン。これレミントンだからこの人じゃないな、フローラ。あ、クリックしたら呼んでくれる。
Mentioned in our case file. Lady Remington.
I think I have one of those in my book. Lord Remington.
ロード・レミントン。
He sounds important.
Do these people not have first names? Lord Fellow.
伯爵とかそういう意味なんや。名前じゃねえ
He's
な。
married twice.
Scandal.
こっちとも結婚して子供のルーツがあって、こっちにも子供のルートがあるんだ。ややこしいな。
Stone Top.
No family line. Apparently, she just appeared out of nowhere.
一人一人やるか。
Flint Fellow.
A purebred fellow, if there ever was one. Married a randomer, though.
Do you think he still lives here? Felix Fellow. Looks like he married his way into the Remington family.
Do you think he still lives here?
レミントン家にフェロー家にポインター家って 3個家あんねや。
Emily Everstone. Do you think she still lives here? Fitz fellow, half Everstone.
Do you think he still lives here?
あ、いない人もいるんだ
Damien
ね。
Dusk.
Whoa. Is it too late to change my name to Detective Dusk?
It's Freya's father. Do you think he still lives here?
Felicia Fellow.
Freya's mother.
Do you think she still lives here? Freya Fellow.
The murder victim.
若い子が。
She's barely related to the main family at all.
Fitz fellow, half fellow.
Do you think he still lives here? Fiona Fellow. Dead center. She must be important.
まあ中心に名前あるけど
She's
ね。
half fellow and half Remington.
Do you think she still lives here?
Flora
I
Remington.
think she's mentioned in our case. Primrose Remington.
I always liked the name.
Do you think she still lives here?
Richard
The one and only.
Lord Pointer.
多いな。
This goes back a couple of generations. Lady Pointer.
How do you become want to be a lady?
Buck Brackley.
What a name.
Do you think he still lives here?
この屋敷に住んでいない人多そうだな。
Pointer. He married into the Remington family.
Do you think he still lives here?
Pandora Pointer.
All this alliteration isn't happening by accident, is it?
Do you think she still lives here?
すごいよね。パーシバルポインター両方 P、パンドラポインター両方 P みたいなね。リチャード・レミントンみたいなね。ペネロペポインター。
Penelope Pointer.
Half Pointer, half Rackley.
Do you think she still lives here? Poppy Pointer.
She's half Remington and half.
Do you think she still lives here?
いない人多いな。気になるのはなんだろう、これとか。
A big letter.
Of course. Who doesn't hang a giant banner of their initial?
It's not locked.
A door.
Oh, what's behind it?
A room.
Stairs.
Stairs.
いろいろありますが、調べるとしたらでもそれぐらいか。一気に上行けるようになった。ここですね、現場。あ、人いる。どうしよう、人より先絵みたいな。
There it is. The unfinished portrait of Flora Fellow.
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through painting it.
仰向けに倒れて右側だから心臓じゃない方一突きって感じかな。
Looks that way.
描いている最中に死亡でモデルがそこにいたんだったからフローラはめちゃくちゃ重要参考人ですよね。
I wonder if all of Freya's
お、急に
paintings are this creepy. Maybe it's just because she never got to finish it.
全部君が
Something
悪い。
wrong with the crime scene, and something really weird about the murder weapon.
凶器見つかってないんだよ
Find a
ね。
murder weapon.
あ、選べる。これは持ち去られたが凶器でしょ。違うな。え、なんだこれ。フローラの肖像画が付着しているナイフを持っている。刺したのがフローラフェローとかそういうこと？
Flora Fellow is holding a knife tipped with Flora's portrait because it stabbed Freya. Nope.
No。 あの絵はフレイヤの殺害に何らかの形で。F でちょっと待って、なんだ。これはこれで合ってるでしょ。なんだろう。あ、違う。血痕が付着しているナイフを持っている。こうか。
Flora's portrait is completely covered in blood because it stabbed Freya. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
ほう。近づいたんだって。一つだけ変えるんだ。なんだ？ヒント。あ、ここがバッドだって。 いきなり初手からヒント引くやつ。こうなる？
Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya.
そんなわけないのに。
Weird, huh?
You think Freya was stabbed by a painting, not by the woman from the painting, but by the painting
いきなり
itself.
こんな回答をさせるなんて。
Freya was standing right up by the canvas when she was killed.
そうなんだよね。
There's blood on the knife. It's the murder weapon.
絵の前に立ってないとおかしいもん
Not
な。
actually a knife. It can't stab.
そうだね。
Any other knives around here? Case closed.
The case is not closed.
何にもケース
Even
クロー
if
ズド
you
してない。
are right, where does that leave us? A painting can't be a murder suspect.
そりゃそうだ。まあ続けますよ。終わりませんよ。さすがに。話聞きましょうか。すげえ首長い。
Hello.
うわー怖っ。
Hey, sorry to barge in. I'm sure you're still in some distress.
そうだよね。
We need to ask you a few
いやーなんか
questions.
変な人やなこの人も多分。
Did you witness the murder, Flora?
Nothing.
喋んないのか。
Not sure. She's entitled to her silence, I suppose.
For now.
ほえ
Flora. Is there anything you'd like to tell us, Flora?
ー。なんか教えてくれ。
I don't really know anything about you at all.
I think that's the way she likes it. We'll just have to ask other people about her.
めんどくさい。
Ah, okay.
でもなんかな。なんか隠してはいるんやろな。
Freya was painting your portrait yesterday. Is that right?
Was this something you had planned with her ahead of time?
Was there something special about yesterday?
Did you talk to Freya at all?
めっちゃ
while she was
質問攻めするよねそら。何も
She's
答え
not
ないと。
going to answer us, is she?
Nope. But at least we can say we tried.
供述
Flora,
あん
you
の？
were definitely in the room at the time of the murder.
いやその通りなんだよ。
You must have seen something.
なんかやばいこと目撃したって
Can
言い
you
そうだ
tell
な。
me anything about what happened to Freya?
やばいもん見たって
She's
言うかも。
Pretty suspicious if you ask me.
I don't know. Maybe she really doesn't know anything.
何も知らない？あるそんなこと。目つぶってたとか？まあこれは解けないよってこと？
Anything we should know? Any hobbies besides staring out the window? Were you close with Freya?
あ、こういう聞き方ができるんだ。聞き方はできるけど何も答えん。
Did you kill Freya?
Grimoire.
What? I don't even think she's listening.
Oh, she's listening.
Did you ask Freya to paint this?
突きつけるができるんだね。
What is that you're holding in the painting, Flora? Some people have been saying it's a knife.
ナイフじゃないのか持ってるの。他のことは聞いてもな。この人何も答えないんだよね。一応全部聞くけど。びっくりするぐらい何も答えてくれん。本人からは情報得られず。肖像画のこの持ってるのがナイフかどうかなんだよな。ナイフじゃないとしたらこれ何なんだろうね。
Freya's painting supplies.
ガラス瓶に赤、青、黄、黒、白。すべての瓶の側面にひび。
Freya was working on the paint. Looks like she was still holding her paintbrush and palette when she fell.
そうなんだよね。筆とパレット持った状態でやから絵描いてる最中のはもう間違いないやんか。でこの子左利きよね。仰向けで倒れてるから左手に筆持ってる。
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
絵筆にはまだ乾いた赤い絵の具がこびりついている。赤だからこれでしょ。でさっきあった絵の具の種類が赤、青、黄、黒、白でしょ。だから黒、この黒の塊はなんだろうね。何かに使ってた色ではあるよな。ただ最後に赤ってことなんやな。
Freya's painting supplies.
蓄音機。
Is that a gramophone?
I think so, except it's got a tape deck instead of a turntable.
It's also got a big crack down the middle.
亀裂。本当だ。ここにビシャーって亀裂入ってる。カセットテープ再生蓄音機。
What about the cassette tape?
これさっき拾ったやつか。
Yeah, it sure is. I think.
違うな。テープもひび割れてる。フレイヤへ。なんか音声吹き込まれてたけど聞けないんだなきっと。
Do you think it still works?
The gramophone? We could give it a go.
鳴らしてみようぜ。えい。
It's piano music.
なんだ。一応最後まで聞いてみるか。っていうかひび割れ方えぐいよな。これここもひび割れでしょ。今の間に言うとこ。たつきさん1000円配信ありがとうございます。楽しみです。ありがとうございます。スピカさん2000円リクエストに答えてくださり感謝ありがとうございます。そうだったね。そういえばスピカさんがこれやってくださいって言ってたような気がする。マジでピアノ音楽だけなんだ。最後なんかぐしゃーって音聞こえたけどなんだ。小鳥の声と足音。
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
不気味やな。なんだ。テープの最後 これが事件当時これ流れてたな、さては。
Is that an egg? An egg with bird.
It's also what a completely ordinary
イ
object.
ンペリアルイースターエッグじゃないのこれ。
I think it's a container for something.
うわー、これもパズリング要素あるな。
Those gems look like they come off.
宝石は取り外せる。宝石の位置を入れ替えよう。卵を回転させて後ろにある手がかりを見てみよう。おお、ややこしいぞこれ。ここが紫でここが黄色。ここ黄色だ。でここが緑でつながってんのが赤。待ってね。ここ左上に値するところが緑でつながってんのが赤で、ここが紫でつながってんのが水色。こうかな。真ん中が赤はもうやったから、次はどれ見る？左下この辺の位置にあるやつが薄紫でつながってんのも薄紫。どういうことやと思う？すげえややこしい気がしてきた。やばいな。これわけわからんわ。右下に緑があってつながっているところが黄色。青と赤紫だからつながってる。でもう一個の丸は赤とつながってる。丸と紫はつながってる？つながってない。あ、つながってるな。なんか結構合ってそうな気がするんだけど違うのかな。ちょっと待ってよ。考え方変えてみよう。これが直角に2回曲がっている。これが直角に2回曲がっているだから、これに合わせてみるか。紫黄色。短い方が紫だから、これをここにやってみるか。で、斜め1回曲がりが緑赤。これだ。斜め1回曲がり。だから、短い方が赤だから、こっちが赤で、こっちが緑。で、1回ぐるりんちょしてるやつが、短い方が三角紫。1回ぐるりんちょしてる方で、短い方が紫。もう1個が丸。次これいってみようか。左突起ビルがこれだ。 赤青赤青できてる。できてるやつをおさらいしよう。赤青できてる、紫黄色できてる、で短斜めの赤緑もできてる。今度はじゃあこれやってみようか。縦長、これだ。どっちも紫。これとこれだ。ほいでできてないのどこだっけ。これだ。グルリンチョシステム、これだ。グルリンチョシステムは最後ちょい曲がりが緑だ。これか。あれ、あーこれだ。これとこれ逆。あとはロングが紫でしょ。ちょい曲が紫色でしょ。左上ビルが赤丸でしょ。ロングストが紫青、ロングスローが紫青、で変身が緑黄色でしょ。これできてね。できてた。
Hey, not bad. Did it unlock? What's in there?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Well, I'm not leaving without a clue. An empty egg's a clue, right?
開けられたのに何も入ってないんかい。内側に使われている裏地は柔らかくベルベットのような素材だ。真鍮でできた台が支えになっており、それには尖った爪を持つ3本の奇妙な足がついていると。それだけか。残念。これは
That's the only door in an...
It's also on the floor.
ドア壊れてるよね。
Sure is. Guessing it's not so...
これは
Half the room is a big...
I don't know if you can call it an open window. It's more like the
吹き抜け。
sudden absence of wall.
急に壁がなくなった。なんか穴だらけなのも気になる。上のてっぺんの目玉何これ。
We're at the top of the tower, right?
I think so. Why?
Doesn't matter. It's nothing.
ほわーん。
Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting when she was killed. Looks like she was still holding her...
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
ロード・レミントン、リチャード・レミントン、プリムローズ・ポインター、足取り。ややこしくなってまいりました。一回出ますか。さあ、どこに行くべきでしょう。行き先はとりあえず明記されなくなりましたね。どこにでも行けるなら上からさらっていくのがいいかな。誰かいます？おっちゃんが。この人は喋ってくれそう。
Can you hear me? I'm Private Detective Grimoire. I have some
Grimoire.
questions for you.
Grimoire. Good mysterious name.
Wait.
Felix Fellow at your beck and call.
And this is my colleague, Sally.
No, that's a perfectly good name as well.
なんだそれは。
If you would, Mr. Fellow, we really need to ask you about the
Well,
murder.
I must say I'm rather jealous of you two.
Oh, yeah? Why's that?
Out here solving mysteries, exploring new places, uncovering secret rooms, hidden treasures. That's what life is all
宝探しの要素あんの？
Generally speaking, you know, that sort of thing.
悪い人じゃなさそうじゃないか。
So, Felix, what exactly do you do?
Is it not obvious? I'm
Ta-
an explorer.
探検家。
Explorer slash treasure hunter. Yes, well, best in the world.
の割には落ち込んでたけどな。
Curse statues, spike pits.
It's a little more sophisticated than that. But I've certainly seen my share of danger, if that's what you're asking.
And, if I may ask, when did you retire?
You listen here. I may be between ventures right now, but it's simply not in my nature to stay in one place for too long. I go wherever the winds of
う
destiny
ん、
take
宝刀息子
Don't
って
you
感
live
じ
here。with your wife and daughter?
Yes, well, the fellow family has certain loyalties, and with Flora the way she is,
Nothing wrong with raising a family, Mr. Fellow.
don't misunderstand me. Fiona and Flora are my entire world. They
フローラの旦那さんか。
treasure of all.
Uh-huh.
Why on earth would you want to know about that?
The murder of Freya Fellow. The reason we're here?
Ah, right. Nasty business. Very unfortunate. I regret that I can't be of any help. But I wish you all the best
何も
in
知らん
your
と。
investigation.
Hear that, Grimoire? We're done here. Let's go.
It's a simple question, Felix. Well, I'm sure you're up to it.
Well, there's not much to tell.
あれ、なんか知っとるな。
Mostly, I was in my room by myself, working on Flora's, working on a project.
プロジェクト。
Your room is quite close to Flora's tower. You didn't hear anything unusual?
What qualifies as unusual?
What have you got?
なんか知ってんな。
It was dusk. A feeling lingered in the air. Malevolent, perhaps.
回りくどい。
Uncertain as life itself.
Abridged version, please.
Right. Fine. I heard someone heading down
誰かが
the
階段を降りる
stairs.
音がした。
Just outside my room. The footsteps were calm.
穏やかで普通。
orderly, so I thought nothing of it. Shortly afterward, I heard a second
二
set
人目。
of footsteps going the same way. This time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway.
おうおうおう。
I got a glimpse of Poppy
Poppy.
disappearing down the staircase to the floor below.
現場にいました
Didn't know
ね。
what to make of it, to be honest. I thought perhaps she'd had a disagreement with Fitz, as I know those two are close. So I looked into his room, just in case, but it was empty, as was the garden beyond his window. Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned
いっ
looking
ぱい
fellow
人出入りしてる。
heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer. So I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was laying on the floor.
第一発見者この二人なんだ。 あ、すでにいたんだ。
There already. Flora too, of course.
いっぱいいるやん。
Soon enough, everyone else made their excuses and left.
Including you?
Not I.
現場のなんか偽装とかあるんかな。
Flora needed me. Dearest Flora, a remarkable woman. Yes, been married over 20 years now.
You two still get on?
Of course. What a
ちょっと
question.
ドキッとし
She
たな。
hasn't gone quiet on you.
It's true she has an independent streak. She's had it her whole life. She's the youngest of three. Always something of a lone wolf, you know.
まあでも口も聞かんのもちょっとな。
Lone wolf is putting it lightly. She doesn't seem to want to talk to anyone.
She just likes time to herself, away from the company of other humans.
Other humans?
Well, yes, other people, you know.
フレイヤとの関係。
Uncommonly skilled as an artist, but Freya was so much more than her talent. She helped me get started with my own painting, you know. It taught me what she knew about wood.
フィリックさんも絵描くんだ。
Tremendous patience. She was ever so good with dear Flora.
Freya and Flora were close?
Oh yes, especially after.
あの後。
Especially recently.
How are you related to Freya?
Somewhat distantly, as it happens. My father, Lord Fellow, was her grandfather. Technically, that makes her a fellow. Let's just say there was some discussion over whether she ought to carry the name at all. There's a family tree in the Grand Hall. You should take a look at it.
What about her inheritance?
Freya's parents died when she was around 3.
両親は3歳ぐらいの時他界してる。その後間もなくして彼女はここで暮らすようになっ
Nobody
た。
left her a thing?
I'm afraid not. She had no formal claim over anything at Tangle Tower.
へえ。
You're the one currently basking in his presence. You tell me.
Let's move on.
ややこしそうやな。なんか親が実は違うみたいな話が出てきそうな気はする。まあいいかな、もう。
Nice. A real treasure chest.
How do you know this?
Why else would it be locked? Plus, there's a treasure map hanging directly above it.
あるぞ、なん
What's
か
the。deal with that painting on the front?
Not sure. We should check that treasure map too.
宝の地図を使って正しい組み合わせを見つけよう。こっちに宝の地図。おー、なんだこれは。バッテンっぽいものがあって、竜がいて、洞窟があって、真ん中に木。バッテン、竜、洞窟、木だからこれじゃない？他ないよね。あ、でもカモメもあるな。距離感か、これ。バッテンから見て竜が近くてもう一つ遠いところに洞窟があるところってことかな。バッテンから見て竜が手前、洞窟がちょい奥に木と、こっちか。他にありそうかな。こっちに行くとカモメの絵がないもんね。これっぽいよな。だとしてなんだろう。ウエスト6で H かな。
There we go.
Perfect.
OK できた。
What was in the box?
More wooden models. These are a little different to the one on the desk.
なんか出てきた。木彫り人形。薄い緑色の髪の子供に似せた木彫り。これか。白髪の女性に似せた木彫り。これだ。これフレイヤとフェローじゃないの。で赤と白の鳥に似せた木彫り。鳥。フェローのじゃフェローじゃない。フローラの手に握ってたナイフじゃなくてこれだったんかな。肩幅の広い男性に似せた木彫り。これはさっきのフェリックスさんでしょ。 手書きのデザインが施されているが腕のいい画家が描いたものではない。赤い絵の具の瓶と筆がそばに置かれている。筆には乾いた赤い絵の具が付着している。なんかこの鳥がすげえヒントっぽいな。おっちゃん、木彫りの人形について教えてくれい。
What, I had to rush the final touches a little bit.
おっちゃんが作ったんだよね。
It turned out all right, though.
What's it supposed to be?
It's Flora, of course, surrounded by all her favorite people.
やっぱフレイヤと仲良かったんやな。
I'm as confused as you are.
まああんまり関係ないものを見せてもしゃあなさそうではある。
It's a drinking horn.
Is it full of ale? Or mead, maybe?
Right now, it's just full of dust.
ここにあとありそうなの引き出しとか。
The entire room is made of.
Oh, it's not just made of wood. I think it's the actual hull of a ship.
実物の線尾。
The entire room is made of.
Oh, it's not just made. I think it's the actual hull of a
まあ
ship.
この人絶対関係ないよな。
A hammock. It's
I would politely describe it as.
a little hand-painted
How
stuff.
can you tell it's
Well, the paint's also. I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
黄色、青、黒、白。だからフレイヤが使ってたやつと同じ瓶だよねこれ。で使った跡が全部あるよって感じかな。音楽変わったわ。聞いてみるか。
I've been carving for a couple of years. I was hopeless when I started, but it didn't take me long to master it, as you can see.
Do you paint them yourself too?
I do indeed, yes. Freya kindly taught me the basics. Nowadays,
フレイヤとフェリックスも仲良さそうやな。
Of course, this particular model is a self-portrait based on hard fact.
Hard fact, huh? So, you own a sword, Felix?
Of course, I own a great many.
はいはいはい。凶器になりそうなものを持ってるよみたいなあれがあるわけね。
Safety first and all that.
武器庫があんだどっかに。
Charming, isn't it? Yes. Built by the Remington family originally. Dear Flora's father and his associates.
But now it's owned by you? By the fellow family?
The fellows and the pointers have both come to claim a
あら
certain degree of ownership.
占有権をめぐって争いがあるのかな。
Flora chose the name.
おお、名付けはフローラ。
I think it was her intention that it mean nothing at all. Something of a fresh start.
From what?
This really isn't for me to say, but she had some kind of disagreement with
Hi,
her
hi, hi.
siblings. After they moved away, Flora changed the name of the house. I think perhaps she hoped it would make them
兄弟はいないんだ
welcome.
ここの
Less
タワーには。
come back.
That's kind of extreme.
Yes, it is
まあ
right.
極端ではある。この家に住んでる3姉妹っていうか3兄弟のうちもフローラしか残ってねえんだ。肖像画について聞いてみようかな。
It would have been a beautiful painting. It's rather a shame Freya was unable to finish it.
Nothing about it seems strange to you.
Well, all these modern paintings are slightly strange, aren't they? The emotion of the piece taking over from, say, anatomical
芸術的な感覚の話してる。
What about the knife in Flora's hand?
A knife? That's what you see?
You don't?
Well, as I was saying, Freya's artistic approach distorts certain shapes. Hard to say exactly what we're looking at.
まあ、先っぽに赤いのがついてっからナイフに見えるだけで、さっきの木彫りの鳥居が一番イメージ近いけどな。この人が知ってそうなやつはあんまないけど。
Does Flora normally keep something in here?
She must do, but I admit I've never managed to work out what.
Why not just ask her?
I feel like if somebody keeps something locked away in a ceramic
開けたけど
case,
入ってなかった
it's
よ。
because they don't want to be asked about it.
Rules to live by.
Flora's quite fond of that old
これもフローラ
maid
の
and
持ち物は持
it's
ち
in
物なんだ。
poor shape.
Do you know what happened to it?
Can't say I do.
へえ、わからん。絵の具については
Freya's paints.
Do you know why the pots are cracked down one side?
No, that's very odd. They're normally an X.
じゃあ事件当時ついた
I'm
ひびなんだ。
pretty sure about that.
That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
ポッピーのもの？ポッピーがフレイヤに当てたピアノのテープってこと？
It's unlike her to leave paint on the brush.
I think we'll give her a pass, given the circumstances.
Ah, yes. So we shall.
ほえーん。
What's this?
It's my case file. It's how I know what I'm supposed to be doing.
You mean to say you're bound by the limits of what's written in this little document? Sounds dreadful.
I found it comforting.
他は聞いてもあんま意味なさそう。お、これもポッピーだ。テープ両方ポッピーのじゃん。
Rather ugly, isn't it? As far as statues go. Years of wind and rain have not been kind to it.
苔みたいなことなん
Do
だ
you。know what it is? The creature, I mean.
It's connected to the Remington family history in some way. But I
結構知ってるな、いろいろ。一通り聞けたか。じゃあもう大丈夫です。
Locked.
ここに入ったっつってたよね。で、こっから窓越しに見てこっちも見たって言ってた。まあ、順当に降りていきますか。あ、ここが被害者のフレイヤちゃんの部屋ですね。うわー、いろいろ見てみたいけど、まず絵からかな。
That painting is really something.
Why would you want it looming over your bed like that?
Maybe Freya enjoyed the atmosphere it creates.
The atmosphere of chaos and oppression?
確かにでけえな、これ。
Hang on. There's a smaller version down by the floor.
It's a photograph.
なんだなんだ？粘着テープの切れ端がついており、縁には黒インクで線が引かれている。テープで、こことこことここになんかあるぞみたいなやつだね。なんだろうね、これ。
It's a little wooden box for paintbrush.
To the casual observer, maybe.
わあ、なんかあるぞ、これ
They're
も。
not real paintbrushes.
本物の絵筆じゃない。
Looks like they're part of some kind of lock mechanism.
筆を正しい順番に入れ替えよう。紙を並べ替えると手がかりになる。ちょっとややこしそうだぞ、これ。こうだね。こうだね。なんかできたよ。とりあえず形にはなった。小さい方からでっかい方の順に並べろじゃないこれ。だからとりあえず大筋これの順でしょ。で2つ目が緑色になっているのが正しいってなってる。あれでもそれだと合わないな。3つ目がこの形、これかこれでしょ。で4つ目がこの形だからこうでしょ。これ緑が合わねえな。あれでも3つ目ピンクになってるな。あ、絵がピンクってことか。こう？でもこれだと緑が合わねえぞ。 違う。え、違うわ。これ一番左が一番短いので一番右がでかいってだけだ。一番左と一番右がちっちゃいのとでかいので確定してんだ。で一番左がオレンジだから一番左はこれで確定してんだ。でこれが確定したことによってこの形の筆がこれしかないから5番目も確定でしょ。で5番目のこれが確定したことによって4番目が水色だから4番目これになるんだ。でこの形の筆がここで確定したからもう一つのこの筆の形はここになる。でここの、これがここ3番目になるでしょ。でここに緑の筆が1本使われたってことは2つ目の筆が緑になるからこれで確定するんだ。これで6本確定。
I did it. What do I win?
Not bad. What was in the box?
Just a photograph. Well,
謎解き要素もある。
most photograph.
写真が破られてて肩を組んでいるフレイヤと誰かとで反対側の肩にも手があるからここにも1人いるからここの人とフレイヤが揉めた説はあるね。
A pillow with a paw print pattern.
It's a cushion.
Yeah, but that doesn't alliterate. It's Freya's bed. A little bit messy.
It's a perfectly healthy amount of messy.
It's a little glass box.
I think it's a vivarium.
ビバリウ
Come
ム
again?
See the leaves and twigs in there? Might have been for keeping insects.
That's weird.
What did you find in the drawers?
Nothing. They're completely
空っぽ。
It's Freya's bed. A little
It's
bit
a perfectly healthy amount. Freya's bear.
Looks pretty depressed.
He's had a rough couple of days. That painting. This
Why?
may be Freya. Hang on. There's a small.
It's a photograph.
うーん
Drawings.
What's that one on the
Looks like two people. One of them's holding a red rose.
なんか絵があるよ。庭で女性と一緒に立っている男性の赤男は赤いバラを手にしている。これね。若い女の子の似顔絵、マントを着ている人物の絵。フィーフィーがさっきの写真に写ってたピンクメガネかな。フィーフィーっていたっけ。マントを着ている人物の絵。ホークシャー。なんかこんな格好の人いなかったっけ。ポピーとかじゃなかったかな。
Even though we're someone's been tracking in mud from outside.
誰か足跡あるよねこれ。
Even though we're halfway. Someone's been tracking in mud from outside.
誰か入ってんなここ。だいたいこんなところかな。図書室。あ、さっきのフィーフィーじゃない？
Curious. I would expect bacteria of that nature to thrive in these
科学者っ
conditions.
ぽいこと言ってる。
Excuse me.
Taking all the environmental factors into account, there must be something I'm still missing.
目すごいとこ
May
に
I
ある。
talk to you, Miss?
She knows we're here. She just doesn't care.
I am a detective, and I need to talk.
Correction. You do not need to talk to me,
Oh no? How come?
because I am not a suspect. I am completely innocent of any and all crimes.
Thanks for letting me know.
Speaking of which, you have now been at Tangle Tower for over 23 minutes.
え、そんな
Surely
立って
you
る
have already
立ってる
reached
ね
a。sturdy hypothesis.
A hypothesis about the murder?
Yeah, come on, Grimoire, hurry up.
My apologies. Unfortunately, protocol dictates I must at least meet all the suspects, and that includes you. So, could you tell me your name?
Fifi Fellow, microbiologist,
Fifi Fellow.
inventor, innovator.
微生物学者。
You will need to be more specific. Oneself cannot be summarized in a single response without doing
なかなか喋るのがめんどくさいタイ
So
プ。
true.
Well, first of all, you're a fellow. So does that make you the daughter of...
Correct. My father and mother are named Flora and Felix. But you need not question either of them. It will only waste valuable time. Neither of them are capable of murder.
あ、なんか常識人っぽい
Fifi, you
感
say
性
you're
は
a
持ってる。
micro something or other.
Microbiologist. But it is an insignificant label. My studies cannot be categorized in any one recognized field.
What made you want to become a scientist in the first place?
I harbor an intrinsic fascination with the microscopic. I constructed my first one at age 10.
Constructed
顕微鏡を作った。
microscope?
Correct.
And what's that thing on your head? Did you make that too?
My eyesight began to deteriorate when I turned 12. Not satisfied with the eyeglasses prescribed to me,
自分でメガネ作ったんだ。
I purchased a lens instead. It automatically adjusts based on the surrounding light conditions.
Does it glow red when you get angry?
No, but that would be most amusing.
すべての犯罪において容疑者じゃないわって言って
What
た。
can you tell me about the murder?
What can you tell me about... Wait, that's what I'm supposed to ask you.
Yes. However, you were too slow.
You fancy yourself a detective too, Fifi.
I just need to know what happened.
Me too. So talk.
Fine. I knew ahead of time that Freya was going to be busy with her painting all day.
はい
So
は
I
い
had planned to spend the afternoon with Poppy.
はいは
I
い。
was in the library all morning preparing the equipment for an experiment, only to find out that Poppy had made other plans and she was in fact planning to ignore me completely.
ポピーはシカッとしようとして
So
た。
what did you do instead?
I locked myself in my room and cried.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
泣いてた
Why?
の？
I don't know, it just sounds kind of sad.
It is not unusual.
Oh.
ポピーなんかやってんな。
I was in my room. The lights were off and the door was locked.
はい。
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it.
誰かがドアを叩いて無視して私に向かって叫んだ。
Poppy came into my room. Her
ポピー
makeup
が
was leaking. She told me Freya was
フレイヤ
dead.
が死んだと言った。
I did not believe it. I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
パンチ。
She insisted that we go up to Flora's tower. We left the room, and Poppy's father was
ポピーのお
waiting
父ちゃん。
outside. He followed us upstairs. When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and utterly devastated.
誰かおるね。
I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting. Poppy and I took the sample back downstairs to the library. We performed a test and found out that it was, in fact, blood.
筆についてるのも血液なの？
Performed that scientific test immediately, even though you were feeling so upset.
Of course. Why would one affect the other?
筆についてたのも血液ときました。
Name: Freya Fella. Age: 19. Profession: Artist. Deceased. Understand this. Most people find me difficult. They exhibit a noticeable degree of discomfort when talking to me. There it is. Freya, who had a way of being an exception to
フレイヤが殺される理由が
was not at all like
一
this.
個も出てこない。
She is very important, and I will not rest until I understand what has happened to her.
Did you spend a lot of time with Freya recently?
I will say this. In the past year, Freya became, 1, increasingly independent, and 2,
孤立してったの。
increasingly isolated.
Do you know why?
I do not. If you are looking for a speculative, empathetic opinion, try asking Poppy instead.
ポピーな。
We are of a similar age, and all highly gifted. 1 scientist, 1 artist, and 1 musician.
ポピー音楽家。
Quite a team.
ピアノがそうだったもんね。ちょっと人のこと聞く前に証拠品から聞きたいことがあって、筆
The red paint on the brush is not paint. It is blood. Same for the palette.
パレット
So
も
Freya added the blood to the painting herself?
Or blood got on the brush and palette some other way?
I do not know the answer.
マジ？パレットの左上と筆についてた赤いのは血なんだ。で、さっき、フィリックスが言ってた筆を洗わないなんてみたいなこと言ってたやつは本当にマジでそうなんだ。だから殺害された当時筆の先っぽは洗われていた状態のはずだったんだね。
Fifi, did you test the red paint in this pot?
Yes, I did. I discovered it too was
Eh.
blood, not paint.
A whole pot full of blood?
Not a whole pot. It is only partially full.
Yeah, but still, doesn't that freak you out?
瓶の中身も一部
In
血
fact,
液。
it may be considered rather reassuring. Freya is normally highly skilled at capturing someone's likeness, but in this painting, she has accidentally made Flora look quite young.
I think she was just being kind.
Why is that kind? Anyway, I'm far more interested in what Flora is holding.
うんうん。
On the test on the red paint myself, I discovered that it was in fact not paint, but blood.
What made you want to test it in the first place?
It was Poppy. She told me she thought the painting looked like a bloody knife. I
ポ
told
ピ
her
ーが誘導してナイフっ
my
ぽいっ
mother
て言っ
owns
た。
no such knife. But then I noticed that the color was slightly too dark, and the substance itself was overly viscous.
You noticed that just from looking at it once?
Of course,
すごいね。他のやつ見てみるか。
this photograph is my favorite photograph.
So, why don't you rip it in half?
That was not me. Besides, it was not a half that was ripped off.
破られたんじゃない。3分の1。おお、まだ左にめっちゃ人映ってんだ。
There is a drawing of me. A
ね、
drawing
フィーフィーの絵
of
描いてある。
Hawkshaw,
ハークシャ
and
ー、
a drawing of
ポピーと
Poppy and Fitz.
フィッツ。
I believe Freya was attempting to communicate something through this painting.
フレイヤなんかやってたな。
Was?
I am not the person to ask. All I see is a blood-red mountain with angry storm clouds brewing above it.
まあ想像だ
As
わ
such,
な。
I cannot ascertain any meaning from it whatsoever.
むずっ。あと何知ってそうかな。
That belongs to my mother.
おお、なんだっ
She
て
must be fond of eggs.
あ、そっかそっか、フローラのもんだもんね。
Egg-shaped carvings to be found in the garden and in the
庭園と
garden.
広間には彫刻いっぱいあるんだ。
What's the deal with all the eggs?
Some people just like eggs.
テープは
Is she
え怖怖怖何
This belongs to Poppy. In fact, she owns a number of cassette tapes.
What happened to it
It has been left underwater for an extended period of time.
then? Right. But why?
I do not know why.
フィーフィーも悪いやつじゃなさそうに見える。
What is your opinion of Tangle Tower?
Oh, it's impressive. Elaborate gardens, unique architecture.
must be worth a fortune?
Why do you ask, Fifi?
I am the heir of the Fellow family and the Remington family. This makes me the sole beneficiary of Tangle Tower.
That's quite an inheritance.
そっか。
They can't make you do anything.
フィーフィー後継ぎな、後継ぎ
If you
なん
want the
だ。
house, just tell them, or just sell it. Who cares?
You sound like her.
フレイヤもこの家出ようみたいな感じで誘ってたのかな。
Curious. The statue itself does not interest me, but I do wish to know about those symbols on the harp. Have you deciphered their meaning yet?
We're working on it.
We are.
I require facts. What do you know?
Well, we know Freya was stabbed with a knife.
刺されたのはナイフで確定なのかな。
She was stabbed
あ、違うよね
with。something.
何か
There
で
was。no knife found at the crime scene,
Apart from the one in the painting.
which, as a mere abstract representation, does not count. Nobody has ever been stabbed by the concept of a knife.
そりゃそうだ。
The gramophone belongs to Poppy,
これポピーの
but
な
I
んだ。
believe she gave it to my mother, and my mother often loaned it to Freya. Or maybe it is the other way around.
When did it get cracked?
I cannot pinpoint it exactly. All I know is that
2日ぐらいの間に何かあったん
the
だ。
last 2 days. A wooden carving of my father, made by my father. Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was able to paint the red parts
確か
without
にね。
any red paint.
赤の絵の具ないよね。
It is a model of Freya.
と思ったけど、こっちの宝箱の中に赤入ってました
A
ね。
model of Flora, you mean?
And a man with a beard. And a little red and white creature.
Why would my father make a model of Freya?
フレイヤの実はお父ちゃんだったみたいなオチあんのかな、わかんないけど。
Name, Felix Fellow. Age, 53. Profession,
無職。
likes, collecting objects of negligible monetary value and assigning them personal value. Dislikes: the inescapable realities of human existence. Notes: Felix is my father and legal guardian.
And, is he a good dad?
I have no point of comparison, but I would say no.
No? Why not?
You asked me a binary question. Do not get upset that I've provided one of the two possible answers.
What makes him a bad father, Fifi?
He has trouble expressing his emotions, and
現実逃避癖がある無職にありがち。
Huh. Just like you, then.
Grimoire.
No, no. He is quite correct.
ほえん。
Name: Flora Fellow. Age: 44. Profession:
あの両親からこんな喋る子が生まれるんやな。
Dislikes: Unknown.
お母ちゃん謎に包まれてる。
Isn't she a mother? How do you not know anything?
I believe other people may have discovered methods of reaching her, but I have little capacity for interpreting nonverbal communication.
And how long has Flora been
全然喋らんのや。そもそも。
verbal?
She has always been quiet, willing to speak when necessary, but not more.
So what happened to make her stop talking entirely?
She suffered a great loss, something she has been unable to move beyond.
フレイヤのことっぽいけど。
Name: Fiona Fellow. Age: 19.
あ、フィオナ・フェローがこれ、
Amateur
この子か。
microbiologist. Likes: the meaningful archiving of information. Dislikes: the superfluous window dressing accompanying the majority of human contact. Notes: kindly disregard the polysyllabic form of my given forename and refer to me instead as Phoebe.
How come you prefer Fifi?
How come you prefer Grimoire?
How are you related to the other fellows?
Fitz is my cousin. His father, a man named Flint, was my uncle.
Was?
I do not know if Flint is alive or not. He left Tangle Tower a long time ago.
フリン
And
トはい
what
ない。
about Freya? How are you related to her?
We share exactly one grandparent.
なるほど。ややこしくなりすぎてもうわけわからんくなってるわ。
Bedroom should be unlocked now.
Can't wait.
ちょっと待って。部屋もうちょっと見たい。
Felix's painting supplies. Something.
Let's ask him about it.
ここにあるもん。
A chalkboard.
Is this a library or a classroom?
なんだこれ。
Math equations.
Don't look at them for too long. You'll give yourself a headache.
俺理数系じゃないからもう全くわかんないなこれ。なんかあんのかなでも。
I'm not sure I learned anything from that. Sure, why not build
The search for new archives downright poetic. It's musty in
What
here.
exactly does
Must you ask such stupid questions?
Nice. Books about insects.
Well, theoretically, there's not a single book on that shelf.
昆虫に関する本が一冊もない。
Huh.
倒れてるのは
Books about ancient history?
These books are ancient history. I think they'd crumble into dust if I tried to pick them up.
Good excuse.
Thanks.
A book? Fundamental entomology.
あるじゃん一冊。
I guess somebody dropped it.
昆虫関係あんだ。
Books about space.
空間。
They're relatively untouched.
Books about geography.
地理学。
Skip. Sure, why
The sea
not?
art's downright poetic. It's an illustrated book about birds.
鳥図鑑。
It's been left open. Looks like somebody was having
Or it was left open for us to find.
ever so slightly unnerving.
インクディップは非常に賢い鳥であり、ミスティットの鳥の中でもかなり寿命が長い。他の鳥たちはインクディップに対して攻撃的になることが多く、そのためインクディップはその一生を孤独に過ごす。食生活は非常に特殊であり、タンタムアミカ、サシエサンショウの種しか食べない。ここになんかナイフみたいな形状あんだけど、これなんだろうね。この形状見覚えあるんですけど、なんか袋みたいにキュッてなるってこと？何これ？ あとなんかさ、
It's an illustrated
It's
floor.
ever so slightly unnerving.
めくったなんか跡もあるし、しおりっぽいものもあるし、なんだこれは。聞いてみようか。
Do you know who was reading this book?
It belongs to my mother.
お母ちゃん。
And she left it in the library?
No, my mother has not been in the library for some time.
ほえん。
There's something about the image of Flora in the painting. Something.
Let's ask her about it.
うわー、行かなきゃいけないところ多いな。行ってみようか。
So, this painting, specifically that knife in Flora's hand.
Yeah, it's creepy. But we didn't find a knife anywhere in the room.
ナイフじゃないんじゃない？
It's not a knife.
うん。そうそうそう。
We need a clue to compare with the painting. Something to explain what that knife shape actually is.
うんうん。これでしょ。
Let's take a closer look at this.
来た来た来た。インクディップの羽なんだ。これだ。
The painted knife is actually just a feather from an inked bird.
じゃない？羽だ
It's
羽。
definitely the right shape, but the book's not in color. The thing Flora's holding in the painting is red and white, specifically. Is there anything to suggest that the ink-dip bird is red and white too?
インクディップが赤と白だと分かる何か。あったよね。なんだっけ？違うわ。あれだ。木彫りの人形。これだ。
This little thing? I don't understand why Felix would make a model of this bird as part of a gift for Flora. And come to think of it, why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
絵の中で羽を持っている理由。インクディップはなんだ？こうか。
The ink dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
ど
She kept the bird as a pet.
う？おお、正解っ
And
ぽい。
it died?
Maybe it flew away.
Flora spends all her time staring out the window.
Either way, she kept the feather. I think it was pretty important to her.
インクディップどこにもいないんだよな。
Alright, so she was holding the feather while Freya was painting her. But where is it now? You'd think she'd keep it somewhere close by.
Yeah, I think she does. Normally. This is where Flora usually keeps her feather.
羽を保管している場所。これじゃね？
But we opened it. It's empty.
Mm-hmm. Completely empty.
いいよ。いい感じで来てんじゃない？
Flora?
喋る？
She's pointing at something in the corner of the room.
部屋の角にある何か。
It's just a pile of books. They're not. Wait, there's something tucked inside this one.
どうしたどうした？フローラの絵。フローラと小鳥が描かれた絵。裏には手書きでこう書かれている。これをあなたに送るは愛を込めてフレイヤ。 フローラ鳥好きやん。
I like these drawings, Flora.
Is there a reason why you wanted us to see them?
なんか喋る？喋らん。
Have you seen this book before? Do you know who it belongs to?
I really thought she was gonna say something there.
This is a photo of Fifi, isn't it? Your daughter?
時計2個してる。
Flora, this is your egg? Why do you keep it locked?
Is there supposed to be something in there? Or is it always empty?
まあもう解き明かしたからそれはいいのかな。
You haven't seen this yet, have you?
It's a little model of you.
う
Who
ん。
are the other people next to you?
まあ聞いても教えてくんないんだね。フィフィについて聞い
You
てみたり
spoke。to your daughter Fifi. She's some kind of super intelligent scientist. You must be proud of her.
We met Felix, your husband. He's one of our suspects, and he seems pretty suspicious if you ask me.
そ
So, if you want to stick up for him,
う？喋らしたいだけか。
Nice try.
ナイストライ。まあとりあえず大丈夫かな。
so, about this paint we found in your room.
そう、絵の
Nothing
具
suspicious about it.
赤だけね。
I used it to paint, obviously. Totally normal thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on then, out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
これかな。
It's not your paint pot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine. I even have proof. Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots.
蓋一緒。
End of discussion.
That's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to.
フレイヤの絵の具。
Let's take a closer look at this.
どうなんだ。蓋が入れ替えられてるは正しいのかな。とりあえず赤い絵の具と赤い絵の具を比較するのは間違いなくて、で蓋が閉められてないことが怪しいんだ。こうじゃない？
Freya's red paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
That red paint is from Freya's supplies, not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you bothering me about paint anyway?
なんかやってん
None
な。
of this is connected to your murder.
どれだ？こうか。
This red paint pot was used to fill up blood before Freya used it to paint Flora. Almost. Maybe just change one.
こうか？
This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
Oh, that's definitely something.
誰の血？
Fine. Here's the story. I was busy working on a project when I suddenly
おお、
realized
なんかやってん
I'd
な。
run out of
赤い絵
red
の具を使い切っ
There was a certain amount of time pressure, so I politely asked Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know. Perfectly reasonable request.
But she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So, well, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
スワップ。
You went into her room.
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday.
まあインクディップ塗るためだったんだよね。
Final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question. It had to be red and white.
If you managed to finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end. After what happened, seemed a bit insensitive.
ってことはさ、ナイフに血がついてるように見せかけるために赤い血液で絵に塗られて、さらに瓶に赤も追加されてた。で、筆にも赤い血つけてた。だからあれがインクディップの羽だってことを犯人知らんかったのかな。フィーフィーの部屋入れるようになりましたと。
Fifi's got something pinned up here.
What is all this?
またパズルだよこれ。ポピーのお父さん、フレイヤ、フローラ、なんだろうね、フローラでフィリックスでしょ。フレイヤと謎のお兄ちゃんでしょ。これ誰だっけ？どれがポピーだっけ？ちょっとまだわかんねえ
Did you
わ。
notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm.
あれフレイヤじゃないんだ、あれ左のやつ。ん？ちょっと待ってよ。
Fifi's got something.
What is all this?
これさ、グリモアとさ、サリーってこと？これだから、この2人の映画描かれてるってことで合ってる？謎いな。
Did you notice who isn't?
Freya?
Mm-hmm. Amused. Don't think you can get out being questioned just because you're a big
I'm innocent, I promise.
あ、乗りツッコミしてる。じゃあ乗ってる。
judge. What's that big book on the desk?
Looks like something Fifi's been writing.
Is it a clue?
I hope not. It's just a bunch of notes about her microbiology experiment. I don't know what that drink is, but I bet it's 99% sugar.
甘っ。
I'd read you the ingredients, but there's
That's
nothing.
even worse.
ジュースめっちゃあるやん。
That's a whole lot.
これ何？
It looks like a microscope.
顕微鏡だ。
Touch it?
うわー、なんかあるぞ、パズル的なやつ。
I'm not sure this is a microscope.
4個のレンズを正しい位置にスライド。サイズ感合わせろってことか。やばいな、これややこしすぎる。いや、これややこしいぞ。あ、よく見るとプラスプラスプラスプラスプラスプラスマイナスって書いてあるわ。ちょっと一回全部外して、プラスプラスプラスはこれだよな、どう考えても。いや、ここか。やべえ、これやばいかもしれん。俺これ苦手だ。いや、これむずいぞ。いやー、これわからん。
I guess that's
The four
wrong.
lenses, they must each have a specific position along the rail.
どうすればそうなるかがわからん。これ難しい。
Reset the puzzle.
い 小さくすんのはここだよな。いや、これここか。ひひ難しい。ふぅし、落ち着いていこう。今はこの中で一番小さいのどれだって話だよね。これだよな。だからここがプラ3なのかな。でそれに合わせてでかくすると思ったらこうだよね。これでどうですか？
Nope.
You need to magnify different parts of the image, so they line up into the shape of a key. Looks like you might need to overlap some of the lenses too.
重ねる必要があるだと？
That's the one.
できた。
Not bad.
あー頭痛い。なんだこれ。
Sounds like it unlocked.
Yeah. There's a book in here.
はあ、時間かかった。鍵かかってんだ。
It's a magnifying
How
glass.
come you don't?
Fine. Should I start
You
smoking?
couldn't pull off.
Pretty ornate.
We're supposed to be looking for clues.
And over here, a simple trick, but it really transforms.
Homemade posters. This one's about the Pythagoras theorem.
これピタゴラス定理
Yeah,
なん
I've
だ
not。heard of that band. Are they any good?
まあでもこんなとこか。いやちょっと待ってよ。床に散らばってるやつは
Stuffy.
You gonna rummage? I give it 5 minutes before you're.
まあ関係ないか。一応ゴミ箱も
Stuff.
You're gonna. I give it 5
Night.
minutes before.
挟まってる。
What's that big book?
Looks like some. It's just a bunch of notes.
違う。あんま関係なさそうではあるな。反対側の部屋行ってみようぜ。天文台の塔。なんか動いてる。めっちゃ尻フリフリしてる。気になるなぁ。気になるけど、ちょっと周りから調べてみよう、今回は。
It's tidier than mine. The notebook is
So,
inside.
even the most well-used notebooks start off blank.
It's too cloudy.
It's also daytime. Pretty.
It's too.
It's also daytime. You know,
A.
I would look at it.
やばい、パズル
Wait a
だ。
minute. Earth in the middle. Sun on the outside. How old is this thing?
地球を中心にして惑星太陽月を回転させよう。地球を中心にして、これなんだ？これ水金地科目をやれってことなら、そうじゃないな。違うな。これなんか違うな。
Nothing.
So there are two ways to rotate the planets and rotate the sun and moon.
地球を中心にして惑星太陽月を書いて、なんかができんやろけど、いやヒントなさすぎるな。
Just gonna rest my brain.
What is it?
It's large.
You're not wrong.
まあいいや、話聞いていこう。
Shh, listen. Do you hear them? The stars. They're whispering.
家の屋根みたいな髪型。
And yet, so loud.
What are they whispering about? Are they spreading rumors about us?
I shouldn't think they concern themselves with such insignificance. We are but specks of dust, you and I.
Mm-hmm. Could the speck of dust start by telling me his name?
You find yourself standing in the astronomy
Percival
tower
Pointer.
of one Professor Percival Pointer.
Seems like this tower belongs to the Pointers, and the other one belongs to the Fellows.
Well observed, my dear. Tangle Tower is something of a duality, as it happens. Meaningless boundaries, really. They exist only in our minds.
この人は天文学者ポジションなのかな。
Me? Not much to say. Strictly speaking, I'm the current head of the Pointer family. And of course, father to my precious Poppy.
And a professional astronomer?
Oh no, that's just a little hobby.
あ、趣味なんだ。
I mean, yes, I've studied the stars for over 35 years, published 17 books.
Just a little hobby.
Sounds like you're quite well known. You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh dear me, no. My field of research has never yielded any kind of stable
研究者ってどうやって生活してんだろうなって思うことあるよね。
I am nothing but a humble interpreter for the cosmos,
変な人。
working to translate its message so that I may share it with the world.
Cool. Tell the Cosmos I say hi.
The day began as any other, with blissful, unremarkable routine. I took my usual morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you see anyone else?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother,
温
of
室。
course. I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a favorite spot of mine. Eventually, I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
For how long?
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
Quite. Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate led me towards the fellow tower later
フェ
that
リックスに目撃されてるよね。
evening. I was at my telescope for the majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
は
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library. She looked impatient and slightly frustrated.
あ、探偵
Same
おる
as ever then.
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to Fiona's room. The door was locked, but I could hear shouting coming from inside. I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
はいは
I
いはい
had no desire to invade their privacy by eavesdropping. So I waited for them to finish and come out into the hall. Before I could ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my hand and took me upstairs along with Fiona. It was apparent that both of them had already been crying about something. We went up to Flora's tower. Freya was laying on her back, right in the middle of the room. Flora and Fitz were already there. They both looked stoic as ever.
フィッツさん
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to help?
Don't take this the wrong way, but the whole ordeal is fellow family business. I'm quite sure they don't need me getting in the way at a time like that.
なんとも言えんな。
He should learn to make the most of his lot in life. And he does have a lot in life.
You're talking about money?
Among other things, but yes, he currently has agency over a small fortune. That is, if he hasn't already squandered it or lost it.
You two don't get on?
Oh no, we're the best.
親友なんだ。
Ah, yes, the heiress of Tangle Tower. Goodness knows what'll happen when she takes charge. I dare say she'll confiscate my telescope and replace it with a microscope.
She doesn't seem to be the type to impress her will on others.
Still, keep an eye on her. Dangerously intelligent, that
まあ
one.
賢いのは間違いない。
Wait, are you two science rivals?
Oh no, we operate on very different wavelengths. Literally. Nobody could deny her talent.
才能あるやつ多いな。
Artistically gifted, but also highly intelligent.
Those two things aren't mutually
あ、で
exclusive,
も
you know.
フレイヤ
Was
賢い
she
よね。
ever interested in
多分。
astronomy?
I don't think she was. The fault may well lie with me for failing to inspire her. But I think she was captivated by more tangible things here on Earth. My daughter loved her. Fiona too. That said, in the last year or so, more and more I begun to
そうなんだよね。
notice
孤
her by
独が
herself,
増えたって言ってて。
wandering the gardens at the most peculiar hours. She must have explored every inch of the grounds 100 times over. Quite a restless spirit, I think.
なんか塔の秘密を探ってたみたいな感じなのかな。
A listless soul drifting through the ether.
What's wrong with her?
Not sure. She's always been troubled. Comes from a dysfunctional family. I'd say you could ask her about it, but I think you might find that to be a bit of a dead end.
変わりも多いな、ここ。
I don't especially want to talk about myself. Introspection often leads to vanity.
Wait, does it?
Why don't we discuss the moons of Jupiter instead?
I'm not sure if we have time. Aren't there like 10 of them?
83.
Yeah, we don't have time.
この人がなんか知ってる感じあんまないな。
A diary can be a wonderful outlet for an outpouring of one's soul.
How do you know it's a diary?
I suppose I don't, but it does look like a diary. Yes, very nice. Where is that bird of Flora's? It's been a while since I've seen it.
鳥がどっか行ってしまったことは関係あるっぽいな。
That's a very old book, isn't it? Looks like someone could have taken better care of it.
I like the look of a well-read book. Better than one that's never been opened.
Ah, well put. Poppy's two closest friends. Freya looks so innocent there. These were drawn by Freya. She must have drawn that one of Hawkshaw rather recently.
I guess.
Freya was well acquainted with the abstract, I'll say that much.
What does it look like? to you?
To me, it's a big, red thing.
What a fascinating interpretation.
He's right, though.
あんまり聞き出せることなさそうだな。
Pointer property originally purloined by the fellow.
盗まれた。
Typical. I haven't seen that tape for a long time. Who broke it?
No idea.
Ah, well, possessions are fleeting, my friends. Isn't the process of decay fascinating?
It's not really decaying. It's plastic.
It's becoming one with nature, all the same. Where on earth did you find that?
お、
It
なんか
was
知
in
って
the
る。
bush outside. I think someone threw it away.
How peculiar. I find that painting to be in rather bad taste.
Oh, yeah?
The knife with real blood on it? The whole thing is rather vulgar. This is supposed to be Felix, is it?
I think so.
I see he's afforded himself considerable artistic license. This looks a little rushed, even by Felix's standards.
At least he tried.
Yes, I suppose it's good for the old fellow to have a hobby. Keeps his mind from decaying, you know. Curious little thing, isn't it? Do you know what she keeps in there?
Nothing. At the moment. It was
隠
empty
して
when
る
we
もの
opened
がって言いかけた
How
な。
bizarre.
Can't a woman keep an empty egg in her room?
あー、なんかややこしいこといかおなんかややこしいやつやぞこいつも。
Is this important?
Possibly.
A very old statue indeed. I'd recommend you leave it well alone. The poor fellow's in bad enough shape as it is.
So which one is Tangle Tower?
What's that?
There are two towers, right? Flora's tower and your astronomy tower.
Neither? Truly, I have no idea. You'd have to ask Flora.
She named the house?
The whole thing is a result of her squabbling with her family.
With Felix, you mean? Her husband?
No, her brother and sister, and her father. The Remington
う
family.
わー、フローラ周りのこと知ってんの誰なんや。
But I don't think Flora has spoken with any of them in over a decade. Not exactly a wealth of information, is it?
It's enough.
ちょっとこれ解きたいな。
Hey.
I would look.
これあれか。後ろの線と同じようになるように影作るのかな。って考えるとあー、それっぽくなってきたぞ。どうこれ。
No, that was it.
Nice work.
やった。
Did you hear that? Something.
There's a little
A bunch
hat.
of paper. Looks like somebody's research.
黄金の虫。さまざまな研究メモや図がまとめられている。ファー。黄金の虫、外骨格が金と約 90% 同じ鉱物でできていることから命名の寿命は数年である。おそらく大きくシューッと音を出し、95デシベル以上の記録がある。食べられても消化できない体を持ち、外敵から身を守る。このミスティッドは見た者に不幸をもたらすと言われている。へえ、なんか謎めいてるな。なんだこれ。ちょっと教えてくれ。
So, we found some research. What's up with this golden beetle? Is this something you're studying?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. I think it must be something left behind by a previous inhabitant of Tangle Tower. I'm not the first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
Well, it wasn't in the halls. It was in your astronomy tower.
なんか知ってんな。ここはペネロペさんかな。
Bird diagrams. And
They're
鳥絡み。
Someone really knows their stuff.
a little writing.
There's nothing written in the book, although someone's.
真ん中のページを破いてる。確かに。
A little writing.
There's nothing written in the book. Check out that letter.
Looks evil.
Wow, judgmental. They're bird cages. But the birds are coming.
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
And especially.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
明るい羽を持つ鳥が3は重厚で華美なカゴに入っている。変わってんな。
A rather magnificent bush.
There's a letter P carved into the sign.
A rather
There's a
magnificent.
letter P carved.
もう聞いてみますか。
Oh, just beautiful. What is it?
Huh?
Sort of a delicate jade, but with a little seafoam green, is that right?
Sorry?
Your hair, dear! Which shade do you use? It's lovely! And that shade, you're really pushing the envelope.
Oh, thanks.
そんな攻め
Do
て
what
る
I
か
can
な。
to offset Grimoire's beige on brown ensemble.
Detectives don't need to be brightly colored. We prefer to blend into the background.
Oh, you're the detective? Delightful. Penny Porter, pleasure.
Is that short for Penelope?
Officially, yes, but I never can be bothered with all 4 syllables of it.
音節を4つも言うのが嫌い。
Ostentatious.
ペネロペって4つってことか。
Sure. Yeah.
20-something, Aquarius, love to travel, and nearly all of my friends are birds.
鳥がお友達パターン。
Where to?
Anywhere at all, as long as it has species worth studying. Ornithology, they call
鳥
it.
類学。
I call it the only thing I've ever been good at.
And have you studied the birds here at Tangle Tower?
But of course! Where else do you think I developed my love of the field? No matter where I go, I always find myself coming home to Tangle Tower.
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him. Silly to admit, but I suppose I can't bear for us to
Cut
be
it.
apart.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, don't you know? My fiancé, dear Fitz.
フィッツ。
He's not really the traveling type, you see.
Fitz fellow.
The very one.
You're engaged to a member of the Fellow family? That's interesting.
I'm not especially interested in whatever tedious feuding goes on between our 2 families. Fitz and I find it much easier to stay out of it altogether.
フィッツにも会わなあかんな。
I awoke early and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz. He's always there, crack of dawn, every morning like clockwork.
How come?
It's where he's happiest. That and he has a great deal of work to do every day, watering, pruning, mulching, whatever that is.
Do you help him?
フィッツは植物絡みだ。
Oh, no, no. I wouldn't dream of it. I'd probably break something.
So, you stayed with Fitz the whole day?
No. In the early afternoon, he went back inside. Rather suddenly, as it happens.
Did he say why?
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear. He's more delicate than you think.
What did you do after that?
Let's see. I returned to the aviary to feed my birds.
And how many birds are you responsible for?
Officially 4, but in truth it's more like 400.
Can they not feed themselves?
Of course. And they often do. But I really just like the company. As do I.
なかなか気性荒めな感じやけど鳥好き。動物好きな人に悪い人はいない。頭の鳥の子寝てるもんな。
Sometimes In the evening, I left the aviary and
鳥小屋を出て
towards my room.
自
But
分の部屋。
in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. He was muttering something. Seemed a bit upset, the poor dear. I followed him down, but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there. Empty aside from Detective Hawkshaw, who was loitering over by the library. I don't know what it was, but she looked a little lost. I
ホークシャー
inquired
探
of the
偵。
professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower. I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path. For some reason, he was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. He looked rather lost, too. I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya. Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz, too, standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever. Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
これあれだな。ポインターさんが慌ててたのは反対の部屋からなんか見てるな。望遠鏡かなんかで音がしてなんか見たな、さては。
A fellow bird enthusiast. She's quite the expert, truth be told. Studied them professionally at one point. I think her father taught her.
鳥仲間。
Friends? With Flora?
A little bit.
A little bit friends.
She's one for the peace and quiet. I dare say I'm a little too loud for her.
I can see that.
I do admire her, though, really. Always felt like she could have done better than settle for Felix.
Ouch.
I said it. I must say, I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that
フェリックス嫌われてんな。
People are better off when they just let themselves be themselves. Between you and me, I think Felix is secretly rather miserable. She mostly ignores me, if I'm honest.
How come?
Well, we're not quite on the same intellectual level.
Oh. I mean, well, you don't need to.
No, it's quite all right. I'm comfortable with it.
仲いいわけじゃないんだね。
She'd sit in the aviary, first thing in the morning.
フレイヤ結構こっちも来るんだ。
Sometimes she'd ask me their names.
Freya was interested in studying bird species too?
No, just wanted to know their names. Isabelle, Clementine, Myrtle, Lysandre, Genevieve.
Got it, thanks.
For my 21st birthday, she gave me a framed painting. All the birds from a single spring, with their names written underneath. I can't begin to tell you how much I've treasured it.
Sounds like you two were close.
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration for her, but she had a way of understanding unspoken things.
いやフレイヤ死なんでええやんっていう人ばっかりなんやけど。
Can't say I've ever taken an interest in Uncle's astronomy. On occasion, I've dared to visit him in his tower, but I always regret it. It's all just a little too abstract for me.
What do you mean?
Oh, did you know the sun is apparently over 400,000 miles wide? Okay, so what should I do with that information? How does it help me?
Don't look at me. You're the one who memorized it.
Oh, she's beautiful. Who is she? Wait, is that me?
調子乗るタイプや。
I must say the girls are awfully well behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you. Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of course. But they're all one of a kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
Do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
全部 T。
I've already forgotten all three of those names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest. Tabitha's the most patient.
わからん。
Tamara has the best sense of rhythm.
Glad we cleared that up.
What about the one on your head?
On my head? It's just my hat. It doesn't have a name. Who would name their hat?
帽子？
Not a fan of insects myself.
Whose research is this? We were hoping you might know.
No, can't say I. Freya, perhaps. I know she was always very fond of grubby little things like this.
Noted.
Oh, a secret diary.
That's our guess too.
Excellent. It's that bird. But these must have been drawn at least a year ago.
1年前。
How sad.
インクビッツはあれだ。1年前にいなくなってんだ。
Somebody taking an interest in extinct animals.
Extinct.
Oh, yes. The book is very old.
へえ。
Most of the birds in it are long gone.
What about this bird, though? The ink dip.
This one was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at Tangle Tower.
So it's not extinct.
You misunderstand. It was the last one.
あれって何？
Very last.
Oh.
Very nice.
You've seen these before?
Yes.
All of them. Even this one of...
Yes.
なんか遮る感じのイエスだったな。
Freya was very talented, even at that age.
Do you know how old this photo is?
Not sure. Must be a couple of years at least. Sometime before Fiona settled on her current style. I know a lot of people rather like this painting, but it's a little much for me. I find it overbearing. And for some reason, it makes me feel bad for Freya. I think she was more troubled than me.
フレイヤー周りもわからんな。
A bit vain to carve wooden figurines of oneself, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken, that little red and white one is supposed to be a bird of some kind. Gaudy old thing, isn't it? Flora seems very fond of it. I've never understood why. But then I could say the same thing about her husband.
Heyo!
結構明けすけにもの何でも喋ってくれるな。
Terrible.
You recognize it?
The color scheme. 3 different pinks. Obscene.
美的感覚にもうるさいんだ。
Poppy's gramophone. She's had it for a long time.
あ、もともとポピーのって言ってたもんね。盗まれたってポインターは言ってたけ
On
ど。
account of it belonging to her mother.
That's cute.
Oh yes, adorable. I'm sure I've read about this creature somewhere.
クリーチャー。
Don't remember anything about him playing the harp though. Hello. Who penned this juicy little number?
We don't know. It's not signed.
An anonymous letter? Classic clue. I doubt Freya intended it, but the overall effect is a little unsettling. Don't you think? It's Flora that's the problem. She's an inescapably haunting presence, bless her.
うーん。
Freya doesn't take very good care of her pains, does she? But then she was always rather bohemian, had her own priorities.
優先順位があった。
Oh, that's rather sad. Goodness me, Poppy really doesn't take care of her belongings, does she?
It wasn't in Poppy's room. It was in the little pond in the garden.
Exactly! Hardly the place for it.
片付けたんじゃないだろ。
Finally! I get to see a detective's case file.
That's a very specific thing to be excited about.
Only last week I asked that miserable hawkshaw woman if I could see her case notes.
I'm guessing she said no.
Would have been much more polite if she had just said no. Instead, she was quite rude to me. Accused me of being, what was it? A shallow sensationalist.
ホークショー癖あるな。
You know, it's probably quite impressive. To a visitor, fresh eyes and all that.
Not to you.
Try living in it for 20 years.
うん。
The machine wears off. If it wasn't for my fits, I'd have little reason to stay.
What about inheritance? You're the next oldest pointer after your uncle, aren't you?
Well, thank you very much for phrasing it like that. But no, any money left in the Pointer family will pass down directly to Poppy.
Is that fair?
Couldn't care less, to be perfectly honest.
ポピーがどんな人物かがちょっと見えてきたっぽいな。
We can get into Penny's room now.
Now, like, right now?
行くか。
A little bedtime
Let's see. Romance novels, detective novels, and
What?
this one appears to be both.
Nice.
A little tea set.
One of the cups has tea in it.
What's in the other one?
Birdseed.
鳥の餌か。
That's some
There's
fun.
something weird about it. Just feels out of place.
鉢植えの花。なんでだ？珍しい形をした色鮮やかな花。元気で世話が行き届いているように見える。そうなんだ。なんかもたげてるように見えるけど。鉢の中の土は新鮮でよく水を吸っているようだ。土の色は不思議な青色をしている。土の色が青色をしている。これだからフィッツ絡みだ。多分。
It's a
Are
birdhouse.
those real?
おっと
There. What?
パズル来たよ。
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted?
と位置を入れ替える。なぜ？なんだ？
I got it.
色か。黄色、青混ぜて緑、緑、赤混ぜて茶色、緑と白混ぜて薄緑。
I'm impressed. Did the door open? What's in there?
くしゃくしゃの紙。破れた紙切れがくしゃくしゃに丸められている中には赤い花びらが入っていた。怒りに満ちた殴り書きでこう書かれている。あの女を捕まえてやる。何これ。どの女よ。
We already solved it.
Looks like nature. Rude.
謎増えてきたよ。来た来た、ポピーだ。怖っ。顔怖っ。
Sally, that's rude.
Unless she is a ghost.
It may come as a disappointment, but I am alive.
Ah,
That makes you a suspect, I'm afraid.
I know.
what's your name?
My name is Poppy. I'm a pointer. And a pianist.
We'll need to ask you a few questions about Freya.
I know.
Hey, you're pretty good.
All in the wrist. And 13 years of dedicated practice.
この子が第一発見者っぽいんだよね。
I'm just me. There's nothing to know.
How are you related to the other pointers?
My father is Percival Pointer. The professor spends most of his time hidden away in his tower. Barely speaks to anyone these days. Especially not the fellows.
Do you get on with the fellows?
Two of them. Fifi and Freya are my closest friends. We all turned 19 last year.
Do people ever leave Tangle Tower? I don't mean to be rude. It's just, if you're 19...
You don't have to answer that, Poppy.
It's a fair question. I'd like to move away.
出て行きたいんだ。
Definitely. Fifi, Freya, and I would often talk about it, argue about it. Freya wanted to leave, but Fifi, things are more complicated for her.
What about now?
After what happened, I really don't want to stay here much longer. 3.5 hours of piano practice, same as I wake up.
うん。
Same as always.
3.5. Does that not hurt your hands?
Sure.
And you do this in the music room?
No, I prefer to practice in my room. When I make mistakes, I like to make them in private.
What did you do after that?
I was supposed to meet Fifi in the library, but I totally forgot. When I finally got down there, she'd already gone. I checked her bedroom, but it was locked.
なんか喧嘩
Was
してたん
Fifi
だ
not
よ
in。there?
No idea. She keeps her door locked either way, so I went back upstairs and out into the moonlight garden.
What?
The little garden on the roof outside my room.
Was it just you up there?
屋上の小さな庭。
Fitz came outside after a while. His room's on the other side. He's been teaching me about flowers.
So, did you talk to him?
Not really.
You ignored each other.
I didn't say that. Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then I
フィッ
heard
ツの部屋
this
と
sound. Lasted about 3 seconds. I've been trying to decide how to
ポッ
describe
ピーの部屋の間に
but I'm struggling.
屋上があって庭があるんだ。
Something
うん、なんだ？
drilling into a piece of metal, but different, worse. I was pretty sure it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there to check. Her door was locked. Nobody was answering.
ドア
I
閉まって
knew
る。
Freya and Flora were both supposed to be in there, so I made Fitz kick down the door. I went inside.
蹴破った。
Freya was lying on the floor.
第一発見者だ。
Flora was in the room too?
Yeah. I think she realized what had happened at the same moment I did.
え
Didn't know what to do. So I ran downstairs to get Fifi. Her door was still locked, but I knocked and shouted at her. Eventually she let me in. The lights were off, but I could see she'd already been crying. I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry. First time I've ever seen her angry. I dragged her out into the hall. My father was there too, for some reason. The three of us went back up to Flora's tower. Then Felix arrived. He had Penny with him. Fifi had this idea. She wanted to do some kind of scientific test. She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes. After she was done, she went back upstairs and I went back to my room.
なんか全員の証言そんなにおかしいとこないな。
Needless noise from tongues expel, unless within the mouth they dwell. The spoken word, unfit for dealing with the shifting form of feeling. Stand unblinking in the face of taciturn and soundless
詩的だね。
peace. Foregone drifter, holding fast. Days as shadows.
すごい語り口調が。
Is it bravery or surrender? Accepting that your world will render nothing darker than the glue. Some four walls make round a room.
第三者が
The lips
あのフローラ部屋に入れないよな。
written all too soon. The chosen dwelling of her heart, unjustly chosen to depart. Lost where liberation lays, in the center of a maze.
フィッツがなんか問題ありそうな感じすんな。
Part of head, but free of mind. Unimprisoned, unconfined. With starry eyes, she sees beyond. Behind our walls, beneath our pond. A soul untied. It's hers, it's free. Was then, is now, will ever be.
なんでこんなポエマーなんだ。
Eavesdrop what the stars are saying. Earthly tether, slowly fraying. Floating, helpless from the worst of jealous hunger, selfish thirst. Take a moment, kneel and meet the flowers growing at your feet. Feathers flashing in the light from a sunbeam only bright. I shield my eyes and turn my head, but all at once I've been misled. Light is shining on the stage, but through the railings of a cage.
何ペニーのキャラクターも作り物なの？
That's me. I'm on a list of murder suspects. Always thought that would be kind of cool, but it's just tedious.
Falls a little short, doesn't it?
わー
Those petals,
What about them?
it's nothing. They're just unusual.
いやーやっぱ花びらフィッツ絡みでしょこれ。
Never seen that one before. Was it in the greenhouse?
No, we found it in Penny's room.
Right. I think it's kind of cruel to keep 3 birds in one cage like that.
Does Penny not let them out to fly?
Oh, she does. She must do. But I don't think they're allowed to go far. Penny can be a little protective. You get some weird insects around here. I've never seen one like that.
この虫が全く事件に関係してこないんだよな。なんだろう。
She used
あ、そうだそうだ。フレイヤの部屋に昆虫飼ってた箱があったんだ。
Why?
for fun, obviously. Is that Fifi's diary? I'm sure I've seen it in her room before.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me invading her privacy.
I thought you and Fifi were close friends.
Yeah, we are. It's just Fifi's gotten kinda impatient with me recently.
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure she'd tell you if you asked.
Oh, she would. She'd give it to me straight. Probably why I've been avoiding it.
はっきり聞きたくないみたいなことなのかな。
That's right. That belongs to Flora, I think. It was my mother's originally.
So, why is it up in Flora's room?
She just gets the most use out of it. Freya would borrow it too sometimes.
Does this belong to you, Poppy?
Now that's not really my style, is it?
But who else would own a tape like this?
ポピーじゃない。
Really anybody? This is mine.
これは認める。
Really?
No, well, yes, it was. I gave it to Freya about a year ago.
What was on it?
Nothing. It was blank. Freya said she wanted to record something.
Any idea how it ended up underwater?
Maybe someone wanted to destroy it, but got really lazy.
なんだなんだなんだ。このテープ気になるな。
What was inside?
Nothing.
Is that supposed to be Flora?
Possibly.
Oh. How nice. Whose paints are those?
They belong to Felix, I think.
興味なさそうすぎ。
I think everybody sees something different.
Did Freya ever tell you what she saw in it?
Not exactly. She said something about it being from a recurring nightmare.
Sorry, but if it was from a nightmare, why would you paint it and leave it in
この
front of
絵
your
も
bed?
謎なんだよな。
Maybe she wanted to take control of it. Giving something a physical form can make it easier to deal with. Well, sometimes.
This is a photo of Fifi and Freya, right?
Yeah,
How come you're not in it? You're friends with them too, aren't you?
I'm not really one for photographs.
Fifi looks like she really admires Freya.
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is unshakable.
フィーフィーのフレイヤに対する忠誠心。あとこの写真がもともと1枚3分の1で横までぐーっとつながってんのに、そこの中に自分が写ってること知らないのか隠してんのかどっちかみたいな反応したよね。
Hey, that's me. Not a bad likeness.
It looks like
ポ
you're
ピーと
standing
フィ
in
ッ
a
ツだよな
rose
こ
bush.
れ。
Is there something wrong with that?
ポピーとペニーがフィッツをめぐってなんかあるだろこれ。
Why is the glass cracked down one side?
Natural wear and tear, maybe?
No way. Freya took good care of her stuff. Freya would always load up the palette with all the exact colors she was gonna need. I think it helped her zone out and focus on the actual painting itself. Like getting all your sheet music lined up before playing a long piece.
Right. So the blob of black paint in the middle, that was for painting Flora?
あれじゃあ黄色はなんであるん
Yeah.
だ？
She was even more black than I do. When I first saw it, I thought it looked like
黄色どこに使ってる？背景か？
blood on the tip.
You don't think that anymore?
No, it was a stupid thing to say. The room was dark. I was in shock. I'm just an idiot.
But it was blood on the tip. If you hadn't said anything, maybe Fifi wouldn't have checked.
Exactly. It's stupid.
But we would have missed out on an important clue.
Is it a clue? Really? Tell me how it's a clue. Tell me how it helps. Nothing about the knife makes any sense. It's just freaking everyone out. Wish I'd never said anything.
ナイフだって言い出したのはポッピーって言ってたもんね。
Don't you think that's weird? That the letter isn't addressed to anyone or signed by anyone?
Someone's being deliberately secretive.
Or they're trying to manipulate
What do you make of the statue?
I know that's the only harp in the whole of Tangle Tower. I've never actually seen a real one.
Maybe it's from before your time.
Oh, definitely. You see how old this statue is?
What about the symbols? One of them looks like piano keys.
Yeah, weird.
なんか部屋の配置と関係ありそうな感じするね。マークからいくと。
There's something I noticed about Freya's knife wound.
Hit me.
From what we could tell, the blade went in and it
体に対して垂直に刺さっている。
Freya's body.
上から刺さったとかじゃないんだね。
Small pool of blood.
なのに出血は少量
His hands, or anywhere else. The whole thing is just a little too
だよね。ナイフ抜かれてんだったらもっと、ナイフが刺さって抜かれたらもっと飛び散るよな。確かに。
So there are two families living in Tangle Tower?
Mm-hmm. 3 pointers and 5 fellows. 4 fellows.
What's the connection between them?
There isn't one. Not really. It was all built by the Remington family. Flora is a Remington, originally. So was Primrose, my mother. She married into the Pointers, and Flora married into the Fellows.
So the fellows and the pointers own the house now?
Flora owns the house. Depending on who you ask, that means her husband Felix owns it too.
What about your father?
His claim over the house kind of fell apart after my mother left.
Where's your mother now?
No idea.
お母さんどこ行ったか分かんないんだ。
All right. Poppy's
I
bed.
wonder what's in there.
よし、ポピーの部屋だ。
It's a metronome for keeping.
来たよ。
It's ticking.
変なメトロノーム。
Is it a bomb?
It's supposed to be. Not sure what those symbols are though.
ボタンを押してすべてのダイヤルが一番上の輪にはまるように回転させよう。ボタン、これか。え、システムがわからん。この形と同じものだけが回転する感じか。ああ、こうだ。
There we go.
Perfect. What happened?
A little
できた
hatch
できた。
unlocked in the back.
Anything in there?
Mm-hmm. It's a
写真来た。
part of a photograph.
さあ、破られた写真出てくるよ。ででーん。左半分。これさ、ポピーだよな。鼻がポピーだよな。ポピーが、これポピーだよな。違うかな。で、ポピーの右にどう考えたってペニーの髪の毛の色あるよな。だから服装から見た目から何もかも変わってるよね、ポピー。
There's something about that pink cassette tape. Something.
Let's ask Poppy about it.
これは聞こうぜ。気になるもん。
I need to confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about this cassette tape?
そうだよね
Is。it yours?
It belongs to Freya. She liked to have music playing while she was painting, you know.
And do you know what kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
It's piano music. Sounds an awful lot like your music, to be honest.
まあここ隠してる理由わから
Sure
ん。
it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this? Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
The tape was found at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
It's not mine. I'd never own anything like that.
Why not?
Not my color.
これだよな、多分な。あなたは昔こういう色が好きだった。あなた変わったでしょ。
You used to like these colors.
Ridiculous.
We need a clue to compare with the cassette tape. Something that proves Poppy used to like these colors.
はいはい、写真。えい。
Let's take a closer look at this.
これだ。
The pink cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
That is not me.
Yeah, it is. I'll prove it.
証明できる。ん？これか。あれ ?3 分の1じゃねえ。
You look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's clearly a photo of you with your two best friends. Why'd you tear it up and then hide it?
I think the answer is pretty straightforward.
?見た目の話だよな。
Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
That's it. Makes this whole thing seem kind of irrelevant.
Maybe. It depends on the reason.
The reason she doesn't want to look like that anymore?
The passage of time is a powerful thing.
Hold on. This means that pink cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to. I recorded some piano music onto it and gave it to
大
Freya as a
昔。
gift years ago.
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape, the gramophone, and the murder.
なんだろう
There's
ね。
one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
I have no idea.
謎が謎を呼びまくってる。お、ホークシャーじゃない？
There's a metal plaque on the bench.
Is there a message engraved on it?
I think there was at one point, but someone scratched it off.
削った。
A wooden trunk that opens up into a full desk.
I want one. Is that a clock?
If it is, it's a clock with 4 feet.
来た。
I'm guessing it doesn't tell the time.
So what does it do?
4本の針が正しい位置に来るまでダイヤルを回そう。なんだこれは。正しい位置ってなんだろう。あ、これ12だからこれが正しい位置だ。これはなんだ？これ9かな？これなんだろう。6だ。これ6だからここが正しい。 12だからここは正しい。これ3だ。3だからこれが正しい。これは何を表してるんだろう。9か。一回リセット。あれこれ難しいぞ。これむずいぞ。こいつだけ変なとこ行く。こうか。
I got it.
できた。
I'm impressed. What's in the box?
A little tool, but I'm not actually sure what it is.
レンズ付きの望遠鏡。カーブしているガラスレンズがついた小さな真鍮の道具。根本には根元にはネジがついている。さあ、あなたの存在が一番謎です。
You're not fellows or pointers. I'm sure I shall immediately regret asking. But who are you, and what is your business here?
I'm Sally, and this is my sidekick Grimoire.
A private detective, Grimoire.
Really? You're a detective. If this is a joke, it's not a good one.
Who are you, anyway?
Private Detective Hawkshaw.
Oh, nice. Hawkshaw's a cooler name than Grimoire. Maybe I'll become her sidekick.
You're not on the Freya Fellow case, too, are you?
That is classified information between myself and my client. Clearly, this is something which eludes you. But a real detective refrains from handing out informations to persons unknown.
Oh, right.
Now, if you would, I have...
別件だよね。事件当時いたんだから。
It's not in my interest to discuss personal details.
Even if you're one of the suspects in a murder?
Very well. Let us make a small exception. Ask.
Oh, what are you doing here?
I'm on a case at the behest of my client.
How long have you been at Tangle Tower?
133 hours. 5.5 days.
Who are you working for?
I am not at liberty to answer that. Now, I shall permit you one more question.
What crime are you...
How'd you get that scar? It's cool.
You really think so?
探偵で女探偵を呼びつけてるから、これペニーが フィッツとポピーの間柄調べろみたいな感じの浮気調査的なやつだったりしない？
As it happens, I completed an examination of Flora's room on the morning before the murder. I've been investigating every single room at Tangle Tower. Hers is one of the last on my list.
Did you find anything unusual?
Nothing but a thin layer of dust and an atmosphere of somber melancholy.
Was Flora in there at the time?
She spent the duration of my search staring up at the sky, out the open window. Didn't say a word, although I'm told this is the expected behavior.
What did you do after that?
I spent the early evening searching the library. It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a permanent state of disarray.
Fiona was in the library too.
I expected her to make an appearance, but she did not.
And you stayed in the library the rest of the day?
Not quite. Towards the early evening, my examination of the library was unexpectedly disrupted. Sounds of running, wailing, shouting from several floors above. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared. Emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. Our eyes met. He was breathless. Something had caused him great.
やっぱなんか見たよな、
He told me to stay out of
パー
the
シバル。
way. I consented. I decided to return to my office in the stone square. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. She was clutching the banister of the Pointer staircase with an apprehensive manner. She wished to know where Professor Pointer had gone. I told her what had transpired. Then, she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the fellow staircase. More so than at any moment prior, I felt like quite an intruder in the house. I took my leave, out towards the stone square. The grounds were silent. There were no signs of human life. Even the greenhouse was without its typical inhabitant. I noted that he, too, must be entangled in whatever was transpiring in Fellow Tower.
この先に温室があって、そこがフィッツの研究所みたいな感じか。
He spoke to me of what
庭師。
His report was as clumsy and cumbersome as the man giving it.
Did he seem upset?
He was rattled. That much was clear, but sorrowful, mournful, I cannot say.
フィッツが最後の一人になっちゃいましたね。
Quite the stoic statue, isn't she? I can only dream of being as cold and indifferent as Flora Fellow.
You think she's hiding something?
Perhaps. She has some strange habits. I heard she barely sleeps, an hour here or there, sporadically. Spends the rest of her time staring up at the sky.
謎多いのフローラ。
Did you get anything useful out of him?
Not sure. What about you?
Nothing worth committing to paper.
I think he knows more than he lets on.
Probably. But talking with him is so tedious. Considerably intelligent, and her powers of observation are enviable. But she has no ambition, no focus.
In her defense, she's still a teenager.
Barely. Freya Fellow is of great interest to me. I perceived her to be the most intelligent individual here at
おお、
Tangle
一
Tower.
番知的とき
Within
た
a。day, she had identified for whom I was working and for what I was searching. I didn't know how she did it. I was impressed. I regret that I did not question her more thoroughly when I had the opportunity.
You couldn't have known she was about to be killed, though.
I have only myself to blame for failing to perceive the signs.
兆候はあった。
What signs?
I do not wish to do your job for you, detective. 314 cases solved. 314.
事件解決だからやっぱり殺人事件とかそういう安い探偵じゃないってことだ。
Professor Pointer is a respectable astronomer. Keeps himself to himself. What?
We're just surprised.
That was the most polite you've been about anyone.
ホークショーがポインター褒めてる。パーシバルポインター褒めてる。そういう評価になるのはちょっと意外や。
I find her rather embarrassing. Little more than a spoiled child.
Penny must be at least 25.
27. Just makes it worse. Poppy has remarkable musical talent. She could be famous, wealthy even, if she wanted to.
She'd probably have to leave Tangle Tower first.
Quite.
なんか人の評価って様々やな。
Tangle Tower. No idea why they insist on calling it that. It's not even a tower. It's little more than a pair of turrets stuck on either side.
まあタワーってほどではないよな。
Searched the whole place?
I believe so. Why?
He wants to know if you found any secret rooms.
Huh. I'm afraid the residents of Tangle Tower are far too ordinary for anything like that. I was disappointed too.
住人をすべて平凡と称した才能ある人の塊だと思い込んでたけど。
You truly consider this a case file?
What's wrong with it?
No organization, no system.
That's my style. I like seeing everything laid out at once. Yeah, it helps me think.
How quaint.
まあ確かに古風ではあ
Where'd
る
you。dig that up?
It wasn't buried. It was underwater.
Someone trying to conceal evidence, perhaps? Have you deciphered the meaning of those 4 symbols on the harp?
We're working on it.
That's a no then. Conveniently left anonymous. It's useless until you can prove to whom it concerns. Can you do that?
No.
No.
この手紙も気になってはいる。
Makes quite an impression, doesn't it? Although I can't imagine why she painted Flora wielding a knife.
You didn't see a knife anywhere in Flora's room, did you?
I did not. I conclude whatever stabbed Freya must have been brought into the room from outside. Unless, of course, it was the painting itself.
Surely you don't believe in that kind of thing.
A detective's job is to examine every...
探偵っぽくないこと言うな。でも実際凶器とその倒れてた現場の状況から単純な刃物で刺されてって感じじゃないっていう現場の状況がそう言ってるよね。
Paints?
Yep.
Paints.
Mm-hmm.
The paint is still wet.
Yeah, well, we know Freya was in the middle of painting when she was killed.
Do you know that? How? Because you were told?
When did Freya draw the picture of you, Hawkshaw?
I didn't model for her, if that's what you're asking. She must have done it without my permission.
Could just be from memory. It's not quite as detailed as the others anyway.
確かにね、ホークショーがここに来たのが5日と13時間前っつってたから、書かれたのはわりかし最近も最近なんだよな。
A photograph of Freya could be important. I admit, it's powerful. Freya was a talented young woman.
Someone even liked it enough to take a photo of it.
Now, we don't know why they took the photograph, do we? Perhaps they just wanted it for reference. I'd tell him not to quit his day job, but he hasn't got one, has he? These figurines remind me of a case I once solved involving a possessed doll. Turned out to be a bit of a smokescreen, as these things often do.
Your life sounds fun. Grimore, why don't we ever have fun adventures like that?
Are we not having a fun adventure right at this very moment?
You got it open. I'm impressed. I managed it myself yesterday. I thought Flora might be hiding something in there.
It was empty yesterday, too.
It was. Perhaps it's always been empty. I believe that was in Flora's room yesterday, but it was not cracked when I saw it last.
今めっちゃ重要なこと言った。ひび入ったのめっちゃ最近じゃん。
A somewhat cumbersome device, and an altogether inefficient way to listen to music.
What kind of music do you like, Hawkshaw?
I like anything.
What a cop-out.
A book from the library, one of hundreds, no doubt. What makes this one special?
It's about birds.
Yes, I see that. Does Flora still own that bird? Do you know?
Don't think so. The drawings are from a few years ago.
I see. A diary. Have you read it?
Not yet. It's locked.
And you haven't attempted to force it open?
That would be cheating.
Where did you find this?
Do you have any theories about where this might have been?
Or who might have had it.
I have several theories, but they are my theories, and I'm not going to share them.
なんか
Three birds, one cage.
なんか思うところありそうだっ
What
たね
makes them
虫。
worth keeping cooped up, I wonder? Would they not be happier flying free?
But then they might fly away from Tangle Tower entirely.
I wonder if they would. You consider that important evidence, do you? These people really are ridiculous, aren't they? Who's that?
Not sure. It doesn't really look like anyone we've met so far.
Strange.
分かってて言ってないのか、時系列的に言ってないのか、多分分かってて知らんふりしてるっぽいな。
This belongs to you, Hakusho?
Correct.
And, what is it?
It's my handheld microscope for up-close investigation work.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles, dust, oils, clothing fibers.
Have you used it here at Tangle Tower?
I have. I used it to examine the greenhouse only 2 days ago.
What were you looking for?
That is between myself and my client.
音質だからフィッツ絡みじゃんね、やっぱり。いたいた、でけえのが。その前にこれだな。
A little chart of... Actually, I have no idea what it's about.
なんだパイ。オメガ。シータ。あとは忘れた。
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
This one's in a little...
Okay, that is definitely not...
Looks like a gemstone, don't you think?
鉢植えの果実。硬い皮を持つ宝石のような見た目の鉢植えの果実。鉢の中の土は珍しい青色。
That's a handsome beetle. Looks like he might have magic powers.
やっぱ虫っつうと植物だよな。
Tools used by a gardener for gardening. Bags of soil.
It's so blue.
青い土って謎だよな。
It's bigger in here than I thought.
Hanging baskets. They're so high up.
To you, maybe.
You're only 2 inches taller than me.
2 inches makes all the difference.
Hanging baskets.
To
You're
you,
only
2 inches makes all. Is that fruit?
too shiny to be fruit. I think it's glowing a little too.
謎めいたもん作ってん
Safe
な。
to eat, do you think?
I'm gonna say no.
Sally.
目光ったぞ今。
We're being watched.
Yeah, I see him. He's a little too big to hide in the bushes. Is anyone going to say anything? Or shall we just stand around staring?
なんとなくだけどこいつ怪しいんだよな。
Sorry.
That's better. I'm Sally. And the guy hiding behind me is Detective Grimoire. Who are you?
Fitzfellow, the gardener.
Mm-hmm. And why are you so tall?
I don't know.
You work here as the gardener.
I don't get paid to do it. It's just my area of interest.
What's the deal with the plants? They're all kind of weird.
Right. Did you see the lake?
That giant green and purple lake surrounding the entire house? Yeah, I clocked it.
The color is
色彩変だよなこの
Of what?
この辺り全部。
It's not poisonous. Not to you.
What's this got to do with the plants?
The water controls all life, just like anywhere else on the planet. Clouds form, rain falls. The water grows the plants, animals eat the plants. Anything you've perceived as an irregularity is simply a result of this hydrological cycle.
Could you say that again, but like condense it as if you were talking to a slightly stupid person?
Our lake water causes the unpredictable alteration of DNA. Sometimes.
なんだって？
Like mutation.
That'd be the official term. For us, it's normal. Just nature.
And you're the local expert on all this stuff?
No.
I'm just the gardener.
うんふ
I
ん
was in my greenhouse, watering and weeding.
Sounds exciting.
Was anyone else around?
Not at first. Penelope came in a little later. She likes looking at the flowers, I think.
Did you speak to each other?
A little, not too much. We both
鈍
left the
感野郎
greenhouse
か
in the early afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back outside to weed the main gardens. Didn't see anyone else. After that, I went up to the garden outside my room.
And
Let me guess. Watering and weeding.
Right.
did anything happen to you yesterday, Fitz?
I was up in the rooftop garden. It was quiet. And then it wasn't. I can't describe it. Could have been a scream, but it didn't sound human.
人間の声じゃない
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
We.
Poppy was with me. Did I not mention that? Flora's room was locked. That's normal. She usually locks it from the inside. I knocked on the door and shouted. Nobody responded. We became concerned.
You kicked the door down?
I did. Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back. Flora was there too, but I barely noticed her at first. Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too. Penelope arrived shortly after that, with Felix in tow. I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the two of them together. Felix took charge. There was nothing else I could do to help. I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything. I found her pacing back and forth around the stone square. When I approached her, she snapped.
逆ギレ
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
なんかこいつも犯人っぽくない
I like Flora. I hope she's all right.
Do you think she had anything to do with the murder?
There's no way. She wouldn't willingly cause any additional suffering for anyone. Felix is a contradiction. His loyalties are placed firmly within the realm of materialism, money, property. But his ego relies on an entirely fraudulent self-image, don't you think?
I was just about to say the same thing.
Fifi doesn't like me.
What did you do?
I'm not sure. If you find out, maybe you can let me know.
やべえこいつただのアホな気がしてきた
Have you met this guy, Fitz? Shifty eyes. Doesn't say a lot. Totally suspicious, if you ask me.
That's me.
Yeah, that's... It was a joke. I was joking.
Oh, I see. She was always kind to me. She'd come into the greenhouse when I was working, sometimes by herself, sometimes with Poppy. I think they were just bored at first. Eventually, they started asking questions.
About what?
Poppy wanted to learn about flowers. Freya, she used to ask me about the insects.
やっぱフレイヤと昆虫なんだ
One of my jobs is to protect plants from things that might eat them. Freya brought me this little glass box, leaves and twigs inside. She'd say, put all the troublemakers in there. Every day I'd put a handful of beetles and other things in the box. Then she'd come along and take it away. I didn't really understand her, but she was always...
謎行動取ってるじゃんフレイヤ
She questioned me.
About what?
My work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she didn't.
You sure? Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No, she hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me, I can tell.
フィッツに質問しまくってるからやっぱフィッツ絡みで来てるよな
I imagine you don't visit the astronomy tower too often, do you?
No, but I still see Pointer, sometimes. He's always curious about what I'm growing in the greenhouse. Asks me about the birds, too, and insects. He's pretty clued up on his evolutionary biology.
I didn't think there was much overlap between astronomy and biology.
昆虫についても調べてんだポインター ポインターもきな臭いぞ。
Penelope is my fiancée.
Don't take this the wrong way, but Penny doesn't really strike me as your type.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's, well, they make assumptions.
And how's the relationship doing recently?
Good. It's good.
ちょっと今気になるな反応。もう一回聞いていい？
Penelope is my fiancée.
Don't take this the wrong way, but Penny doesn't really strike me as your type.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's, well, they make assumptions.
And how's the relationship doing recently?
Good. It's good.
ペニーがフィッツの身辺調査をホークショーに頼んだポピーとペニーの間になんかあるやろ。
Poppy and I are friends.
Oh, I can buy that. Our clothes, our hair, an average of 3 words per sentence. Oh, you're like 2 peas in a pod.
She's very kind, and she has an interest in plants. Unusual flowers, mostly. I've been teaching her.
Right.
Is something wrong?
いや気になること山ほどあるな。
This is a good example of how things work. I mix that soil here in the greenhouse. It's made with water from the lake.
And it makes the fruit grow all shiny and gemstony.
Sometimes. You never really know what's going to happen.
And what do you do with this shiny and edible fruit?
You look at it.
なんか理由あるやろ。
Have you ever seen this before, Fitz?
No, but I don't normally go into Fifi's room.
That's not where we found it.
Oh, I just thought it looks like it belongs to her. Penelope knows about birds. You should ask her instead.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about something. There's a plant mentioned on this page, see? Do you have any? In the greenhouse?
No, I don't grow that anymore. I've tried in the past. It's incredibly difficult, even for me. I could never get it to live more than a couple of weeks.
なんだって？
Did Freya draw these?
Yeah. There's a note in the back, too.
She was even closer to Flora than I realized. Looks like someone doesn't want you to read that book.
That's the main thing making me want to read it.
I've seen beetles with brightly colored shells, metallic shells even. They're relatively common, especially around here. There's a difference between that and actual gold.
It can't be actual gold. Gold is just inside the earth or whatever. You can't make it. That's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
黄金の虫、湖の水と絶対関係してるよな。
Penelope's 3 favorite birds. She's very protective over them.
Are they like her pets? Do they have names?
Oh, they have names. Penelope loves to name things.
Do you remember what she named them?
I do not.
ペネロペの話にあんま興味持ってないな。
A flower.
Yeah, it's a flower. We found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have a reason to.
なんか思ってたのと違う反応の答えが返ってきたぞ。
Those petals, they,
What?
they're red.
ああ隠してるね。
Any idea who this is?
No idea.
フィッツ隠しまくりやぞ。
Fitz, one of these drawings is of you in the rooftop garden, I think, with Poppy.
Are we done?
うわーポピーとの関係なんかあるな。でも髪の毛の色がさ今紫で一緒じゃん。もともとポピーがさ金髪だったこと踏まえるとさいや違うか。ポピーとフィッツってなんか関係あるよな絶対。
It's Fifi and Freya.
Don't you think Poppy should be in the photo too?
Maybe, maybe not. She doesn't really like crowds.
2 people isn't a crowd.
Right, but if she was in the photo, then it'd be 3.
Checkmate.
Freya's best work, in my opinion. Although, the photo doesn't carry the same energy as the real thing.
What do you think it's a painting of?
What do you mean?
Like, what's the subject matter? What's that big red thing?
Oh, I don't think it's that kind of painting. Felix made that? Huh. That's quite sweet, really. It's an egg with feet.
It was locked, but we opened it, but it was empty.
Fun story. That looks like it might belong to Poppy. That belongs to Poppy.
So why is it up in Flora's tower?
I'm not sure. Nice painting. Gives you a pretty good idea of the layout.
The lake looks like it forms a perfect circle around the island.
It might seem strange to you, but nature is quite capable of producing perfectly geometric forms.
And those mountain cliff things around the outside?
不思議
Much
な
about them.
不思議な
Not even
理
Freya
解
could
が
go
全
out
然
there.
追いつかないんだよな。
This painting, it's speculative. There are no photographs from this angle as far as I know.
So Freya just made it up.
Let's call it an informed estimation.
確かにどこから見た絵なのか分かんないのに絵描けてるっていうのは不思議ではあるな。
Who gave you that information?
Well...
We don't actually know who it was. We were contacted anonymously.
I see. And what happens if the person who contacted you turns out to be the murderer?
I never thought about that.
Honestly, that would be kind of fun. Like a twist, you know?
そっか、言われてみればこの2人って匿名の依頼で来てるんだ。だからここにいる今9人の中の誰かからの依頼で調査に来てくれて頼まれてんだよね。って考えるとさ、普通はフィーフィーじゃないかな。フィーフィーの部屋にさ、なんか人と人の関係性をつなぐ絵みたいなのあったじゃん。あれにサリーとグリモアあったもんね。
That looks like it might belong to Poppy. It's of no interest to me, but I overheard Poppy and Freya talking about it once.
ポピーとフレイヤが話してた。
They were arguing about something, but I can't remember the details. How odd.
What do you think that is in Flora's hand?
I don't know. It does look like a knife, but Flora wasn't holding anything at all when I saw her after the murder. But there's something bothering me. Something else.
What?
When we went into Flora's room, she wasn't standing in this position.
え
Well, she probably would have moved around a little bit by then.
She wasn't standing at all. She was kneeling on the floor.
そういえばさ、さっき供述で目をつぶってひざまずいた感じになってたよね。フローラさん。
Paints are different to flowers.
I'd say so, yeah.
At any time, flowers can bloom with perfect, faultless colors. Red, blue, white. With paint, once you've tainted a color by mixing it with others, not even the most skilled painter can return it to its pure form. There's something off about this.
What is it?
Why don't you take another look at Flora's room?
You think we missed a clue up there?
Not exactly.
なんかあんだ。気になる。
Fitz's room is unlocked. It's up in the fellow tower.
This could be interesting.
フィッツの部屋行こう行こう。うわ、なんもねえ。
That's all the statements.
Let's go over them all.
いや、ちょっと待って。なんかここ来ちゃったけど、これ最終結論出す場所っぽいよな。他のところちょっとやろうぜ。
I'm still not
Should we take another look?
まだ解けない。
Let's come back.
フィッツの部屋もう一回行こうぜ。
An empty glass.
Looking at it is making...
Why?
I don't know.
It's a little handmade card. Inside it says, defits from PP.
PP ペネロペポインターかポピーかどっちかだ。
It's a little hand. Inside it says defits from.
That poor plant.
Looks pretty healthy.
Healthy, but I think it would rather be outside.
なんでこれだけポンってここにあるのかは謎だよな。
Doesn't look soft.
Hello.
Not hidden.
Doesn't need to be. It's locked.
来た来た。
It's a combination lock, sort of.
Mm. なんだこれは。ああ、なるほど。これでまず下向きのキノコの山みたいなのができる。でこれをさらに並べ替えるんだ。これだ。これだ。スライム状、これだ。えい。
There we go.
Perfect. Anything in there?
Yeah, that's kind of ominous.
園芸用スコップ。ハートを挟むように2つのイニシャルが入っている PPFF。 フィッツフェローとどの PP だよ。パーシバルも PP だけど、まあそれはないとして、ペネロペかポピーだろう。ハート型だもんな。
It's locked.
I thought we were halfway up a tower.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
ここにもなんかあるぜ。スライドして中のタイルを正しいスロット。ん？なんだこれ。
Nothing.
The tiles have all got that same.
Those moons.
Maybe they're connected, but all.
なんだなんだなんだ。なんだろう。
Maybe the information we need isn't here.
So where is it?
Somewhere else.
なんだここにはないってなんだ。
Let's come back once we.
まだわかんねえんだ。よし、じゃあいろいろ聞いてきたやつを全部ぶつけていってみよう。
We spoke to Hawkshaw. I assume she didn't get anything out of you either. I bet that really ticked her off.
You know the guy in the other tower? Weird astronomy professor guy?
Can you see him from your window? Can he see you?
答えない。
What do you know about Penny?
I can't really imagine those two being friends, to be honest.
You never know.
まあでも鳥好きっていう共通点はあ
Do
る。
you and Fitz have anything to do with each other? Other than your initials? Do you and Poppy get along?
Nothing. Shocker. Grimore, what could you possibly be writing down?
Oh no, I gave up making notes ages ago. Now I'm just doodling in the margins.
遊んでる場合か。
What do you think of your husband's hobby?
Do you have any hobbies?
Is this your gramophone?
Do you know why it's cracked? Do you know anything about this beetle?
なんか
Do
反
you know
応して
anything about
くれ
these
る
birds?
やつないかな。
Birds in general?
びっくりするぐらい無反応。ダミだこりゃ。
Supposedly, it's like she was.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
.全部に全部ぶつけていくしかない。
Quite the character, eh? A fellow member of the Order of the Crimson Cloak.
Is that a real thing?
No, I just meant to, because we both wear, you know, red capes of a sort.
Has she questioned you yet?
If you call that questioning, she seemed bored by everything I had to say. I heard on the grapevine. Supposedly,
珍しいものを探している。
something called the Golden
おっと
Honestly, it's probably a bunch of sensationalist rubbish.
You reckon?
Quite sure. There is no treasure called the Golden Beetle.
How do you know?
Because I would have heard of it.
ホークショーが来た理由が明らかになった。誰かに依頼されて黄金の虫探しに来てるじゃん。
Percival Pointer. Good old. So, what do you reckon? Is he the murderer?
I don't know. Maybe. We still need.
That is not information we're willing to share at this time.
I'm just saying, keep an eye on him. Holds on to a lot of bitterness, does old Pointer. Just because he's always struggled to support his family. Slightly pathetic, really.
あれここ親友じゃないん
How long
だ。
have you known him?
Over 35 years.
Childhood friends? Rivals?
Don't know if I'd do him the honor of considering him my rival.
仲良くないな。
Penelope seems to have really settled into a groove. She struggled a bit when she was younger, always a little estranged.
How come?
Well, she was mostly raised by her uncle, and he really only makes time for his own daughter. Now, of course, she's bringing the two families together through her marriage. It's a nice gesture, heartfelt, but futile.
へえ、なんかいろいろ喋ったな。
Fitz? I don't trust him. He's slippery. Never commits to anything.
約束守らん。
Like an onion.
An onion?
Did you two have an argument?
No, but my daughter doesn't like him at all. And I trust Fiona's judgment entirely. She's a very vigilant young woman. Poppy's a good friend to my daughter. Always has been. I think they get on well because they're so different.
Different like how?
Poppy is, she's quite introspective, good with feelings. Fiona, not so much. Still, Poppy always seems to be sulking about something.
ポッピーも不機嫌になるんだ。
Emotional intelligence.
What's this all about? Some kind of rare jewel?
I'm pretty sure the research is about a real insect.
If it's made of gold, then it's made of gold.
本当につまらんなこのおっちゃんの話。
That's one of Freya's paintings, is it not? It's impressive, but a little miserable for my tastes. My daughter Fiona and her best friend. They grow up so fast.
Do you know why it's ripped like that?
Ah, yes. I didn't even notice. No idea.
わからんのかい。
Freya was quite the talent. She had a way of capturing the spirits of her subjects. Not in an evil way, in a good way. Oh dear.
Do you know who this is?
Not a clue.
あれわからんわけないやろ。
Goodness me. That looks like it might belong to Fitz.
だよね。フィッツのものなのにこのいい花ですねとか言って知らんふりしたやつ何だったんだ。
Bizarre things, aren't they? Penelope seems rather attached to them.
Do you not feel sorry for them in that little cage?
Come now, I'm sure they could leave.
やっぱフィッツが一番謎が多いぞ。
Why would someone lock up a book like that?
We think it's a secret diary.
Aha! Teenagers are funny, aren't they? These drawings are quite precious. I'm surprised Flora let you see them.
What happened to the bird? Did it die?
I don't know. Seems likely though, doesn't it?
まあでも絶対このインクジェットじゃなくてなんだっけ。
Where did you find that?
It was in the library.
インクブリッツ
Really? How odd.
関係あるよな。
Why don't you ask Fiona about that one? Looks like her area of expertise. That looks like it might belong to Fitz. I've never seen that before. Looks valuable.
ふーん。これよこれ。
Fifi's got something pinned
What
up.
is all this?
虫の研究もしてた天文学がうんぬんかんぬんだからポインター教授が虫探してくれっつってホーク社に頼んだんだ。でハテナマークが2個ついてるからフィッツとポッピーの関係がわからんのだよね。フィーフィー視点で。でペネロペとパーシバルは親子でしょ。なんでサリーとそうか、じゃあフィーフィーだ。この2人のこと知ってるんやからフィーフィーがこの2人の依頼人と考えるのが自然やわ。
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm.
いやこれもめっちゃ気になるしな。
Maybe Freya. Hang on, there's a smaller
It's
version.
a photograph.
なんだろうこれ。
Not the kind of
It's cool. Looks like old wood.
drawings.
What's that one?
Looks one of them's holding a red rose.
なんでホーク社の絵が2つパターンがあってフィーフィーの絵もこれ最近だよね。でフィッツがこの赤いなんか花みたいなの持ってポピーと喋ってるのを多分屋上の庭園の方で見て描いてるよね。 でこのバラの花とこれだよ。あの女を捕まえてやる。これペニーの部屋にあったわけだから、ポピーのことを指してるよね、あの女って多分。でこの花びらはフレイヤの絵が関係してると思います。
Name, Felix Fellow, age 53.
これは聞いたやつだ。
Name, Fitz Fellow, age 24. Profession, cryptobotanist. Likes soil, dislikes electric lights.
Hang on.
電気照明嫌いなんだ。
I thought he was just a gardener.
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
Well, I thought so. He's well over 6 foot and you've got to be just barely 5.
So what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower. He
お
was making every effort to avoid detection.
So?
He was also carrying a knife.
おフィッツポインター塔には近寄る理由なんかないとか言いながらナイフ持ってひっそり誰にも見られないようにポインター塔を言ってるじゃねえか。お前嘘つきばかり。
Name, Hotshot. Age, unknown. Profession, private detective. Likes, quote, being left alone. Dislikes, quote, being constantly badgered by a weirdo nerd with a clipboard. Name, Percival Pointer. Age, 57. Profession, none.
I'm pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Oh, yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful of me.
なんかポインターになんかありそうやな。
Name, Penelope Pointer. Age, 27. Profession, ornithologist. Likes, birds. Dislikes, insects.
虫嫌いだよね。
Penelope is very beautiful. I have never had very much in common with her.
ペネロペがフレイヤともフィーフィーともポピーともそんなに仲良くないからペニーの存在がよく分かんない位置なんだよな。
Name, Poppy Pointer. Age, 19. Profession, apparently Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had of course originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of Christmas yet to come.
クリスマスの幽霊。
Freya drew these,
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the
but
back.
she never showed them to me.
Well, I think it was a gift for your mother, like a private thing between Freya and Flora.
A book. My book.
And what's in it?
Pages.
これも見たいね。
Now this is interesting. Where did you find it?
In the astronomy tower.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
Nope.
In fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
Yeah, you could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh, you wouldn't?
No, it would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe, living or inanimate.
とりあえずオークションの目的は分かったって感じだな。
I am scared of birds.
Why?
It is an irrational fear. I have no suitable explanation.
Oh,
It is a flower. It reminds me of something, but I cannot say what. Who is this her to whom the message refers?
well, I don't know exactly.
Then how can I meaningfully evaluate this object? Next!
まあな。
Who is that in the photo?
笑い方不自然すぎる
I'm。quite sure that I have no idea.
そんなわけないのに。
That blade.
It's a troll for gardening.
It is. The fruit here has a unique chemical makeup. It makes them completely pointless. Unless you wish to cut it down and sell it as a precious stone.
It's not edible.
Depends.
On what?
On the structural integrity of your teeth.
やっぱりなんか生態系に変な影響を及ぼす水が湖だよな、これ絶対。
This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No, I don't think so.
Well, who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope.
Oh, yes. It has a telescopic lens. It could only be used for looking at things that are far away.
ふーん、なるほど。
Something about that diary we found. Something.
Let's ask her about it.
There's something about Hawkshaw's hand. Something.
顕微鏡、望遠鏡もなんか見てるな、さて
Let's
は。
ask her about it.
This little microscope thing? You said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense, if you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of disclosing that information.
You're such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry. We already worked out what you're searching for.
まあね。これですよ。
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
So, that's what you were looking for in the greenhouse? This beetle?
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He is not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
顕微鏡じゃない。
It's not a microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
え、これ難しいな。こうか
The
な。
handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. I'm inclined to believe Fifi when it comes to stuff like this.
Hawkshaw, why did you lie about owning a telescope?
When you were a child, what did
あ
you、
なんか自分語り始まった。
A detective? Naturally.
Emperor of the Galaxy?
I wanted to be an astronomer.
え、
Really?
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe.
え、
A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one.
だから
15, I decided instead to apply my
パーシバルのこと尊敬してるんだ。
and so I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I try to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento of my childhood. Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me,
うん、そうだよ
I
ね
had。to consider it something of a planetary alignment. I had hoped he might sign my telescope. An extremely childish indulgence, I admit.
I never would have guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
窃盗事件。
Who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is your murder victim.
ポインター教授は黄金の虫を所有してて、それをフレイヤが盗んだという結論をホークシャーは出していて、今ポインター教授がめっちゃくちゃ動機がありありになってしまったよ。
It's Tangle Tower, or at least it's the mansion. A giant
AKA a greenhouse. How long is that thing?
やばいな。
Is this your diary, Fifi? We found it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up like that?
Would you seriously require an explanation? Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary, is favored in particular by girls between the ages of 10 and...
So, there are secrets written here?
This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
どれだろう。これ日記じゃないんだろう、さては。
It's not a diary at all.
I'm not sure about that.
Me neither.
This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
あ、違う。他の人の日記の可能性ある？なんか星になってるもんね。
It's somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary. Something to prove.
あ、違うんだ、やっぱり。誰のだ？秘密と日記と比較できるもの。あー、これだ！フレイヤが持ってる。持ってる。
Let's take a closer look at this. This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room, and you kept it locked, too.
うん。
Why would I do either of these things?
これ難しい。なんだ？ こうか？
Paintings didn't know about personal secrets within Freya's diary. Nope.
なんだ？前2つが違う。こうか。
Freya didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary. Almost. Maybe just.
ああ、フレイヤじゃない、フィーフィーだ。
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary.
Is this true, Fifi?
I know Freya was your friend, but if you're trying to hide something,
You did not know Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
いや、フレイヤのことを知ってるのはやっぱフィーフィーだよ
Just let us
な。
read the diary, Fifi.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
All right, Fifi.
いや、気になるよ、中身。
Finally. What's in there?
あ、怪物が戻ってきた。今度は現実の中に。私のせいなの？私が解放したの？あの絵は破壊すべきだったのかも。ソウルベアラーは成功よ。なんて感動的なのかしら。メロディーが2つ、あと2つ必要ね。何これ。中心への生き方が分かった。ハープに比べれば驚くほど単純だった。彼らを見た5人全員の目が黒く塗りつぶされていた。何があっても私には守るべき約束がある。精一杯やるわ。彼女には誰かがそばにいないと。推測しよう。あの絵は破壊すべきだったのかもの。あの絵っていうのはあの赤い山みたいなやつ、岩みたいなやつでしょ。でハープに比べれば驚くほど単純だった。で中心への生き方が分かった。だからこのタングルタワーへの秘密の部屋みたいなもんがあるんだよ、中心にね。でハープに比べれば驚くほど単純。ハープっていうのは庭っていうか行き道にあったカエルみたいなやつの持ってるハープの謎のことだよね。あれのさらに先に生き方があるんだ。彼らを見た5人全員の目が黒く塗りつぶされていた。ここの5人が誰のことを指しているかは今のところさっぱり分かりませんが、彼らって言ってるんで男は含まれてますね。で何があっても私には守るべき約束があり、精一杯やる。彼女には誰かがそばにいないと。の彼女っていうのはフローラのことを指してますね。タングルタワーを一人フローラが沈黙しながら守っていって、沈黙を貫いてまで守っていた中心への部屋の何かみたいな感じかなとは思います。むずっ。
A book. My book.
ここまで来て庭園行きて。
It's locked.
I thought we
We are.
What's that thing by the hand?
これなんだろうな。
Nothing.
The
Still,
tiles have all got.
those-
Maybe they're connected. Let's come back once we. No.
フィッツ。
this is yours, Fitz?
Yeah,
Do you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
That wasn't what she asked.
くそー、詳しくは聞けず。ポピー行こうか。
Softly does the flower grow, all in time, and time is slow. Rest a seed within the earth, but do not rush its gentle birth. Hour by hour, day by day, tune your heart to nature's way. With surging tide, the waves are thrown, an entity of all its own. But on its surface you may see, reflected in the waters be, the orchestrator, pale and still, pulling strings, enacting will.
4
I don't know what that is.
Weird, considering we found it hidden in your room.
Well, my room is full of junk. There's probably a bunch of stuff hidden in there. I don't mean like... Please stop talking to me.
もう消したい過去みたいになってんな。
Did you find that in Fifi's room?
No. Should we have?
No, it's just... It looks like something she'd use, don't you think? Oh, you've been to the greenhouse? What did you think?
Impressive, I guess. But kind of unsettling with Fitz lurking in the shadows the whole time.
Yeah, he does that. Is that a gardening trowel?
Yeah, I think it belongs to Fitz.
Really? Never seen him use it.
ちょっと欲しい反応じゃないのばっかりだった。
She's a most unsavory little. She was incredibly rude about my appearance.
ビッチって言おうとした？
The giant bird arms, or
If I were her, I'd go easy on the judgment of others. I mean, look at her. She looks like the ghost of a scarecrow. I just wish Uncle Pointer would tell her to behave herself.
Professor Pointer? Why him?
Oh, it was Uncle that called her in. She's
あれ
his
普通に言ってくれる。
Did you not know that? Oh, did you talk to Poppy already?
Yeah, a little bit.
And did you make any notes of what she told you?
Yeah, I did.
Lovely. Burn them. It'll all be lies.
うわ
Why did Poppy lie to us?
Because that's what she does. She's a snake. Looks like one too.
Don't you think you're being a little unfair, Penny?
She started it.
ー嫌いやなペニーポピーのこと。
Isn't he strapping?
He is big.
And so brooding.
Kinda sulky, yeah.
I can never tell what's going on in that beautiful head of his.
It just sounds like you don't know him very well.
I don't remember asking for your input.
ペニーはびっくりするぐらいこの事件と無関係な気がするな。
Ooh, delightful. More of a gemstone than a fruit, isn't it?
Inedible, too, I think.
Yes. At one point, I thought Fitz might be growing them to sell them. But honestly, I think he just likes the way they look. I don't know what that is. Yes, it's my... my flower.
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at least like the look?
この花ってどっかで見たっ
The
け？
look?
The colors? The shape of it? Between you and me,
I think it's a little vulgar. That's rather strange now, isn't it?
we found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but we found it.
We do that.
Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business. I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here, or how she looks now.
Do you know who this is? In the photo?
Oh, absolutely no idea.
知ってるね。
Oh, did Fitz show you that?
Not exactly.
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right.
やっぱペニーだこれ。ペニーがあげたんだ。
There's something about the report of Fitz going up Pointer Tower. Something.
Let's ask him about it.
そうそう。ポインターのタワーにナイフ持って上がってたんだろ。お前何を隠している。
So, Fitz, I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower. Holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
うん、別のもの持ってたが正しい気がすんな。ナイフっていやナイフじゃない何か持ってたんではないか。
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
ナイフに見えるものってもう羽かこれしかねえんだけど、これかな。
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
音当たってるようだよ。こうじゃない？こうじゃない？
An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
だって手入れされてたもんね。
Yes.
I've never seen it before.
We need a clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
同じ土だし。
Let's take a closer look at these. The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse. Let me guess. Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
だフィッツはペニーのこと本当に婚約者として認めてて好きなんだよね。
It looks exactly like Penny.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
That's so
ああ、花の形がペニーの立ち姿にそっくりなんだ。
Looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again. When she's not there, water the flower, change the soil. Just trying to keep it alive.
これさ、ペニーの髪型で服装と一致しない？ほら。なるほど、いろいろ見えてきたよ。フィッツ全然怪しくなくなってきた。
Hard to read, that one. But she seems to know what she's doing.
She's kind of mean.
You know, I simply assumed all detectives were sharp, rigorous, and thorough. Then, of course, I met you. Ah, Penelope, our resident ornithologist.
Penny's your niece, is that right?
At this moment in time, until she marries the gardener.
She'll still be your niece.
But she'll depart from the world of the Pointers and join the Fellows. Like rats deserting a sinking ship.
認めてねえんだ。
My Poppy, my pride and joy. Exceptionally talented pianist from a young age. She... Hold on. Why is she on your list of suspects?
Because she's a suspect.
Oh no, I can personally vouch for her innocence. She never... Well, the truth is, she loved Freya very dearly.
If you don't mind me asking, what happened to Poppy's mother?
Primrose? She was Flora's sister, a Remington by birth. The playing field has never really been even since she left.
Where did she go?
Away. She went away.
これプリムローズ死んでる？
What do you want me to say? He's the gardener.
He's a member of the family.
Yeah, but not the Pointer family.
What happened to his parents, do you know?
His father, Flint, is Felix's brother. Strange man. Don't think anybody knows what happened to him, but he certainly doesn't live here anymore.
What about his mother?
Emily? I've not met her. She never actually married into the Fellow family. Her relationship with Flint was, it was short-lived.
いろいろ謎が増えてきたな。
That's rather a small cage for 3 birds, isn't it? But then, aren't we all trapped in a cage? What kind of flower is that?
We're not sure. I think it might be the only one of its kind.
Primrose would know. My wife was a floriculturalist. Best
へ
in
え
the field.
プリムローズは植物得意なん
She
だ。
was.
Interesting.
Well now, that is most definitely none of my business. Quite possibly none of yours either. What a precious photograph. She hasn't changed a bit, has she?
なんだって？
Oh, if you don't know, perhaps I don't either. What's this?
It looks like it might be a telescope. Thought you might know something about it.
Well, it certainly is a telescope. It has a part there to screw onto a tripod, you see. It's rather small, though. I'm not sure you could see many stars with it.
No, probably not.
ああ、ネジついてるから三脚に取り付けて使えるんだ。
Fitz seems rather keen to grow things like this in his greenhouse, doesn't he?
What's wrong with that?
Well, you can't eat it. Makes you wonder why he bothers at all. Oh, you found a murder weapon?
Steady on. It's just a gardening trowel.
Looks like a weapon to me.
極端やの。今のところこのパーシバルに対する疑惑のあれが外れてないんだよねまだ。あとペネロペの疑惑のトリガーも外れてない。ハープまだかな。
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
まだ解けない。
Let's come back later. It's a stone.
I think it's an egg. Oh.
What?
Oh.
Tangle.
Twar. Oh.
What?
Oh.
Tangle.
Twar.
There's a heart. I didn't know people actually.
BPFF.
なんか見逃してるやつ、これはなんだっ
Is that
け？
an envelope?
That's been no. Let's read it.
Isn't that
No, definitely.
暗号は別の紙に書いた。覚えたら始末しろ。君の理由には賛同できん。そこで見つけることは無理だろう。これフレイヤ絡みっぽいんだけどな。
Do you think he'll start to move?
No, I think he'll just.
Do you think he'll start to move?
No, I think he'll.
あと何が気になってるかな。
That leads back to the gardens.
ここはなんだっけ？
That's all the statements collected. Let's run through them all.
To see if anyone's been lying.
That too.
Fitz and I were up in the Moonlight Garden most of the afternoon. Then I heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs.
I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do. So I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs. Just
一
outside.
人目ね、これが。
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer. So I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after.
あれ、フェリックスの証言と合わんな。
Gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
They don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other.
まあまあ、ほぼな。
It's a bird bath.
So just the
Swing.
birds?
They're even singing. Doot, 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 doot.
Please don't do that.
That's the little goat we used. The only
What
one.
a comforting thought. That's a big one.
It's kind of purple.
I think it's
Yeah, water with poison in it.
この周りの絵なんだろうね。いやー、これ難しいぞ。ポピーの部屋を調査しよう。まあそう言われるならポピーの部屋行くか。ここペニーの部屋だわ。
Oh, thank good. Wouldn't want it to be dark. That is the.
I thought vampires.
This is a vampire who needs firm support.
そういえばここちゃんと調べてねえな俺。
More handwritten sheet music. More handwritten sheet music.
There's a name. You know, these ones that stand upright. Just a bunch of clothes on the floor. Nothing weird about that.
To you.
Anything in the world.
Dresses mostly. I never realized there were so many shades of blue.
A lamp. It is most definitely empty.
あ、これだ。その前にこっち。
Sheet music.
It's only a few notes.
Yeah, it's been framed though. Must be important for
楽譜出てきた。みみみれれみみど。ちょっと楽譜読める必要があるんかもしれない。
A big glass door leads out into a garden.
There's a little mechanism by the handle.
あ、同じやつだ。はいはいはいはいはいはいはいはいはいはいはい。月はこうだって、で太陽がこうこうこうこうだ。オッケーオッケーオッケーオッケー。わかったぞ。
I guess we'll come back later.
意味わかった。
It's locked.
I thought we
We
were.
are.
What's that thing by the handle?
こうでしょ。
It made a noise.
I guess that was right.
なるほど。
And the door's still locked.
I still feel like we made some sort of. We already saw.
Yeah, but the door didn't unlock.
タイル正しい場所にセットされてて開かないんだ。こっちからは
A big glass door leads out.
There's a little mechanism.
A big glass door.
There's a little
Something
That
happened.
must be it. Finally.
Whatever something.
ああ、こっちのやつを OK 押してなかったからか。行くぜ。いろいろ不思議な空間ではあるな。
Giant stone frog.
Yeah, he's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
羽4枚。インクディップのものではない。これ鳥かごのさ、水色、黄色、紫でしょ？
There's something about those petals we found in Penny's something.
Let's ask her about it. Giant stone frog.
Yeah,
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're
あ、
feathers.
水色の羽はねえな。黄色、紫はあるけど。ペニー、ここ来れるんじゃない？
It's a rose bush. Apart from a couple of loose petals on one side, the whole.
The roses are bright.
Aren't roses
Exactly.
a little pond?
It looks really. See those metal bars around the edges too?
Oh yeah.
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it.
なんかあんな、ここ。
Trees.
In a garden.
In a garden. It's another little statue doing a really bad job of
He's
hiding.
playing a lute this time.
He's also wearing.
Well, they're not part of the statue.
ヘッドホンか、これ。
And they're not headphones.
耳
They're
当て。
earmuffs.
何これ？少し風化しているぞ。奇妙な生き物が流頭を持っている。頭の部分には耳当てがつけられている。謎すぎるこれ。
That's one big dragonfly.
Or one very small dragon.
More egg statues.
I don't get it.
Well, either they have or the sculptor was just really lazy.
What do you mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest shape to make.
この部屋そもそもさ、ポピーとフィッツしか入れへんよな。その部屋から入るんだし。
Oh, good. I'm glad to know there's a way to get across that.
Not all bridges are about getting across.
And especially.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
こいつの羽だよな。黄色緑だし。
I feel like I'm standing in a giant.
来た来た疑惑。
So, yeah, we found this.
Oh, that. That's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
The
う
petals.
ん。バラだよね。
They're from red roses. And there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses and who they belong to.
バラの絡みが分かるのはフレイヤの絵だよね。
It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
I can't imagine what you're getting at, but it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
ああ、鳥に取らせた。
Accessible from those 2 bedrooms.
For most people, it would be. But don't forget, Penny's the resident ornithologist.
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
こうか。ポピーフィッツ。こうかな。
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them. We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were
まあ
up
で
to.
もフィッツとポピー何しててんって話になるしな。
Which is not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that. Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden.
これだよね。
Let's take a closer look at these.
こいつとこいつ。
This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
うん。
I can't stand it!
お、
Knowing the 2 of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on
だから
them
ポ
myself,
ピーとペニーの部屋
so I
場所
asked
逆にすべきなんだよな。
I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand. Fitz is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days. But being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little... I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
なんかさ、ここまでやってきて思ったんだけど、俺今マーダーミステリーやってる感覚に近いんだけど楽しいんだが。
Looks a little simple for Poppy, doesn't it? Thought she was a grade 12 or something.
I didn't know there were that many grades.
I'm sure they invented some new ones just for her. There used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
used to be? There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary ones?
That is a very good question. Lovely.
そうね、ポッピーから情報収集。
Yeah, it's mine.
What's so special about it?
I got it from my teacher. It's the first piece I ever learned.
How long have you been playing?
Since the day I turned 6. Family tradition. I was really excited to start learning. As soon as I got out of my first lesson, I told Freya and Fifi all about it. When I arrived at my second lesson the next day, Freya was there too. She hadn't asked permission, just showed up. For 2 whole years, the teacher taught us both.
Was Freya any good?
She would have been even better than me.
フレイヤすげえじゃん。
Stuck with it. But one day, she just stopped coming to lessons.
Why?
That's just it. There was no reason. That's when I realized things were different for her.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized. I see a lot of birds up in the rooftop garden. They seem to really like it up there.
Why's that?
It's quiet.
Do you know where those earmuffs came from?
I put them there.
Why?
I found them lying around. I think they belong to Fitz. I put them on the statue so he'd see them. I thought they looked like headphones, like he's in the recording studio with his guitar. No?
If they do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back yet. When did you find them?
This morning.
Where?
今朝。
I don't know, in a hallway. Can't remember exactly.
フィッツフィッツフィッツ。
Poppy's piano music. I remember when she started learning. She's improved a lot since then.
Yeah, that's generally how it works.
Right. Of course.
We found these up in the rooftop garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
No, could have been a long time. We don't ever really clear up the rooftop garden.
Why not?
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be left alone.
なんか不自然なこと言ってる。
Wait, those are mine. The earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
What do you need earmuffs for?
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Why? You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
No. I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
That's genius.
それだけか本当に。音楽室の調査がまだなんだって。
Who plays the violin?
It's pretty. So I'm guessing nobody.
Oh, whatever it is.
Well, it is gotta practice.
What's with all the broken glass?
おっと、こんなの見てなかったや。ホーン全体に入ったひび、ここにもひび。割れたガラス。なんだこれ。
Don't look at me. I didn't break it.
Does anybody else use them?
Yes. I don't know who, but I can tell when somebody else has touched the piano.
でもさっきの話を総合するとピアノに触るのってフレイヤじゃねえの。確かにこのガラスちゃんと調べてなかった。うわーもうめっちゃ気になること多いな。天文台の塔調査が甘い。
trinkets.
They're clearly gizmo.
The bell jar.
What do people normally keep in bell jars?
Other than bells, you mean? It's a chart of the Which planet are you from?
What is it?
It's a large...
You're not wrong. There's something kinda... I just expected a bit...
Oh, does it not compare to all the other astronomy?
Pretty.
Every astronomy
I
tell.
wanna try.
あ、見れるじゃん。
You can see right into Flora's room.
何が起こったかわかるじゃん。
Not by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. She's looking up. Behind her is the backside of the easel holding Freya's unfinished painting. I can't really see anything behind it. Not from this angle.
フローラがここにいて、イーゼルの向こう側にいるフレイヤに何が起こったかわかんないっていうのは確かにそうかもしれないな。
Is that a window?
I think it is.
Is there another room above Flora's room?
We should check that next time we're over there.
おー、なるほど。
I can just about see
It's that little plant Flora keeps on the window ledge.
Don't you think it would fall off?
Maybe it's glued down.
こっから分かることは上に部屋があることだけだ。
Isn't this supposed to be... And I'm pretty sure you need to see the sky for...
Can't move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
あらあらあらあらあら、ずっとここ見てるじゃないの。ポインター教授
Think about pointers, something.
Let's ask him about it.
So, Professor, what interests you about astronomy exactly?
It's not a matter of being interested once you expand your mind.
And how long have you been an astronomer?
I really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
クソ怪しくなってきたよ、ポインターさん。
You ask me these things.
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh, go on.
You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
そうそ
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field
う。
of
おー
research.
おーおーおー、来た来た来た来た。
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only on the inconceivably large and the unimaginably far away.
Right. That's why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
Yeah, about that.
およよ。こうか？
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're accusing me of, what, spying?
Are you spying?
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen, and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's a very precious specimen. Incredibly rare. Valuable in ways you could never understand. Freya was always sneaking around. Both towers and in the gardens too. She was definitely up to something.
So, this next question is important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
No, I didn't. When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
フローラが。
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window. I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark. The telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
おお
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene. Freya was definitely up to something.
Something to do with the statue in the garden, I think.
Maybe we should go back and check. And we
来た来た、庭園のターン来たよ。これ何これ？
This wasn't here before.
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy. Looks.
There's a note stuck.
What does it say? Grimoire?
何これ？何これ？この子は私の新しいお友達を。彼は音楽が好きなの。メロディーがあれば彼の心が動くわよ。健闘を祈っているフレイヤ。何これ？気持ち悪い。
What do you think? Is it?
How can it be?
でもフレイヤ死んでるからここに置いたんフレイヤじゃね
Why
えな
don't。we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea.
Well,
It's a perfect match.
well, it's confirmed. We have a ghost helping us.
Let's keep this to ourselves. for now.
怖
The
っ。
little wooden toy thingy.
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
怖え。
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
まだ解けないのこれ？
Come back.
いや、謎が謎呼びすぎやろい。湖のほとりでメロディーのようなものを耳にしなかった。鳥だ鳥。ええ
We know a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
落ち着いていこう。ん？ちょっと待って。なんだ？
The painted flora was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife. Almost. Maybe just.
違う、これじゃねえ。こうか。
Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife.
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question.
いや、謎が謎をまだ読んでる。
It's a very strange coincidence. Or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time.
鍵かか
It
って
stayed
た
locked until
フィッ
Fitz
ツが
picked
蹴
it
破
up.
った。
Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too.
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
うん。
If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what and more interested in the how.
まあ方法がね。
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with a painting.
うん、そうだよね。
Something went through it.
Through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
Okay, well, how about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated.
うーん。すべての部屋の調査ときたか。あ、これだこれ。ここ行ってね、ここ。来たよ、屋根裏部屋。
It's a statue of a wolf.
ここに来て狼出てきた。
Up straight.
You know, there's a name for that.
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else up here. Also, it's not a statue. It's stuffed.
剥製。
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
You know, maybe I won't open it. Just dusty junk.
Nothing catching my interest.
I'm sorry, is this spooky attic boring?
Kind of. Where's that light coming from?
光。
No, it's just daylight, I think. There's a decent gap between those floorboards.
おやおやおやおやおやおやおやおや。屋根裏部屋から何かやれるなこれ。
What is that?
Not sure. Some
Looks like it might attach to something.
リール。倒れた後に上からなんかを落として刺して引き上げたとすると、倒れたのはフローラとフレイヤ2人ともで、なんか薬的なもんで眠らされてて、で上からなんかやられたんか。
It's a jar. That's
Huh.
nothing catching my interest.
I'm sorry, is this...
Kind of. Someone painted out the window.
Do you think it was done...
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious.
屋根裏部屋が犯行現場じゃねえか。
just dusty junk?
やべえ。正面玄関でメロディーのようなもの。聞こえたっけ？ドアベル。音が鳴る部屋でできるってことは、これ音楽室でもなんかあるな。
one of those big
Don't
pianos.
touch it.
Why not?
Might be haunted.
Where did you find this?
It was in the attic.
Oh, huh. I forgot we even had an attic. Yeah, it's mine.
弾いてくれ。
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
?あ、来た。あ、ちょっと待って。ドアベル、ピアノ、鳥のさえずりってこれハープのやつに書かれてたやつや。あと唇だ、唇。ってことは、壊れたテープ、こいつだ。よし。蓄音機。
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
来た、鼻歌も。よし。
That's all for me.
So, what?
Should we go back to the gun?
Let's try this.
You know, I think we might be able to solve this.
うわ、覚えてねえ。
I'm sure we can solve this now.
下に伸びてんのがドアベル。下に点々が鼻歌。鳥のさえずりがわんぱくゾニキ。
Let's try this again.
鳥のさえずりわんぱくゾニキ。下に出てるのが、あれこれでいいんじゃね？
Nothing.
あれ違うわ。あれどっちがどっちだっけ？
I'm sure we can solve this now.
下に手が伸びてんのがドアベルで、下に点々が鼻歌。で、鳥のさえずりがわんぱくゾニキでしょ。
Let's try this again.
あれこれで合ってんじゃん。あ、違うわ。同じの選べってことか。えい。
That's got it.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Wait, do you hear that?
開いたぞ、口の中が。
Where do you think it goes?
Down.
行くぜ。ここの音でけえ。来たよ、地下に。何ここ。
Bugs.
Looks like they're made of metal.
Bugs.
Looks like they're made of metal. A candle.
Very medieval.
I was thinking pirates.
Medieval pirates.
What's in there? Nine beetles. All different, all dead.
やばそう。
Poor little guys.
And There's a bunch of notes with mostly numbers. No idea what they mean. 9 beetles.
Poor little
There's a bunch of mostly numbers. It's a little diagram of a beetle.
That's weird.
What?
It looks really compared to the beetles behind the glass.
なんだこれ。気色の悪い。
It looks like they're being the liquid is ice cold.
氷みたいに冷たい。しかもめっちゃひび入ってるよこの辺。
Thirsty?
It looks like the liquid is ice cold. A cracked glass tank with 9 little rooms. Each one has 1 or 2 insects inside. I can't tell if they're still alive.
まあでもフレイヤは間違いなくハープ簡単みたいな日記に書いてたからここまではたどり着いてんだよね。
I like that you called them rooms. Forensic entomology.
方位昆虫学。
That's an incredibly specific area of study.
Is it locked?
Seems likely, doesn't it? Weird looking safe.
I'm pretty sure the latches can slide into the middle.
斜めにスライドさせて鍵が通るようにしよう。こういうことか。むずいじゃんこれ。おお、むずいぞこれ。おお、むずいぞこれ。 こうか。できた。
I'm impressed.
これむずっ。
Anything inside?
Yeah, more research.
秘密の研究来たよ。これ黄金の虫の研究4だったからね。研究メモや図が入ったフォルダ。我々の珍しい動植物は今なお解明されてない数多くの化学物質による副産物である。やっぱりで、これらの化学物質は水の中に絶えず存在しており、雲を形成して湖を満たす。これにより動植物に様々な突然変異が起こっている。来たよ。雲型類動物、昆虫類、軟体動物、両生類や甲殻類などの小さな生物が最も影響を受ける。しかしながらその化学物質は食物連鎖により鳥類や爬虫類にも突然変異を引き起こす可能性がある。現在分かっている限りでは哺乳類には全く影響がない。
Whose research is
これ誰の研究なの？
This is some seriously in-depth research.
That's impressive, but it's incomplete. There's a section missing.
いやいや、これは黄金の虫ですよ。
So, this is Pointer's secret lab.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
ポインター
I
で
guess
す
not a
よ。
lot of people know about the secret entrance.
Right. But if Pointer's the only one who comes down here, why would he need to lock his research in a safe? Who's he hiding it from?
He's just paranoid, especially about his golden beetle.
What do you think he's trying to do exactly?
こうか。
Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory.
Why? Because it's rare?
Because it's gold?
Is that it?
I think so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he cares about astronomy. He just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is looking pretty,
Infinite. Might explain why he was so worried about losing the beetle. Maybe somebody did steal it.
might have been Freya after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
そうなん
Might
だよ
not know
ね。
what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive. I reckon she knew what was going on.
Yeah, I think we're still missing the bigger picture.
でもこれ
There's no way this is all just
結
about a beetle.
果ポインターは無理だよな。屋根裏部屋に侵入できる人って一人で行動していた人物しか無理で、でポインターはフローラが倒れてるのを見て駆けつけたわけでしょ。でその時にその駆けつけているポインターを見て、さらにホークシャ探偵がペネロペを右側の塔で見てるからペネロペも無理。ポピーとフィッツは、まあ、2人で証言合わされてたらあれやけど2人で行動しているターンがあるから無理。蹴破った時には倒れてたって言ってるからもう無理。これフィリックスしかフィリックスしかいなくね。
Ready to go down again?
最下層まで来ちゃったけど。
There's a roll of paper up there.
I'll see if I
Let
can.
me guess. Blank.
何これ。ミスティッド屋敷。 これはだからタワーができる前の話だ。で、屋上庭園がここにあるから、フィッツの部屋、ポピーの部屋、ペニーの部屋、フィフィフィの部屋、図書室、音楽室、鳥かご。
Hold on. Have we been to all of these rooms already?
物置って言ったっけ？
Storage.
It's Freya's room.
そっか、ここがフレイヤの部屋になってんのか。
Study.
書斎ってあったっけ？
Wait.
I know what you're thinking. And no, we never went in there.
How did we miss it?
大広間から行く感じだよね、これ。
This seems pretty.
Great. A single book.
This is creepy.
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
絵本。海と空のミスティット、子供向けの絵本、かなり古そうに見える。インクディップ、赤と白の羽を持つ優雅な鳥。シルバースネーク、目がなく長い舌を持ち、水辺に住む爬虫類。ソウルベアラー、大きさの違う3本の爪を持つカニ。ソウルベアラーってどっかで出たな。アンフォビ、2本足で歩くカエルのような生き物。これか。なんだいちいち怖えぞ、ここ。
Old cardboard.
How exciting.
No, but they're also dead empty. Do these puddles?
Why?
That's lake water, but it's indoors.
I see your point.
Basements don't
We're
normally.
at the bottom of the lake. It must be.
Right. But if that's the lake bed, what does it look like?
Like what?
White, smooth, no plants, no anything. That's not what a lake looks like.
なんだここマジで。
Where are we?
Did you notice how much light this room has? For a room with one candle?
It's all coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure lakes are supposed to be darker at the bottom, not lighter.
Why is there a room down here anyway? And why is it so much older than the rest of Tangle Tower?
We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich, like Pointer with his beetles.
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake, for what was in it.
It's empty though. More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late.
不思議なとこだな、ここマジで。
It's an old coat rack. Looks thoroughly neglected.
2 cloaks, and a green hat draped on top for good measure.
誰のだろうね。
We're too late. This photograph has been stabbed.
Why? By what?
Not sure. Some kind of metal stabbing thingy.
うわー、狂気だー。リールの紐じゃねえか。滑らかだが頑丈な金属の棒、それは写真に突き刺さっていた。棒の先端は矢のように、あるいは時計の針のように曲がって尖っている。もう一方の先端には小さな輪っかがあり、そこには短い赤いロープがつながっている。金属はきれいに磨き上げられている。凶器ですね。
So what's the photo?
額に入れられた写真、少し濡れている。写真には小さな女の子が写っている。大柄の男が彼女の隣に座っている。周りには数羽の赤と白の色をした鳥がいる。写真には金属製の物体が刺さっており、男性の胸のあたりに穴が開いていた。これさ、インクディップでしょ？ってことはさ、これまあ見た目もそうなんだけど、これフローラさんだよね。っ てことはさ、フローラのお父さんかおじいちゃんに値する人物だよな。ちょっと後で家系図見に行くけど。だからフレイヤじゃなくてフローラを狙った犯行だったってことにならないかな。まあでもそうするとフェリックスじゃないんだよな。やっぱポインターになるんじゃないのかな。
Do you know who it is in the photo? This man in the photo, he reminds me of something from one of our clues.
正面玄関にあったんだよな。写真の男性を再現しているもの。これか。
Felix made a little model of him for Flora.
Yeah, makes sense when you know who he is. Lord Remington.
Remington. That makes him Flora's father, meaning the girl in the photo is...
Yeah, it's her. See the bird too.
I never would have guessed. Times sure do change.
I don't know. I don't think she looks so different.
つまりどういうことだってばよ。
Let's head back. I want to find that last.
書斎行こう、書斎に。
Wow.
How long were we down there?
This must be it.
How are we supposed to get?
Hang on, but I think there's a switch.
えい。はしご降りてきましたよ。行こうぜ。
A ladder.
Wanna go up?
いちいち音でけえのよな。ここもやべえ部屋だな。ホワイトスネークでしょこれ。でなんとかソウルベなんちゃらでしょ。やばいぞこの部屋。
Who are all the
Not sure, but it looks like have all been crossed out.
黒い目の5人ってこれか。頑丈な木製の写真立てに入った写真。数年前の写真らしく埃をかぶっている。フレームの下にある真鍮のプレートにはこう書かれている。ミスティッド屋敷の大使。写真には2人の女性と3人の男性がさまざまなスタイルの服装をして並んでいる。5人全員の目元が黒く塗りつぶされている。これフィリックスだよね、髪型的に。これポピーっぽいよな。これはでもな、年代物っぽいから全部お母さんなんじゃないかな。これがこれみんないなくなったお父さんお母さん世代なんじゃないの。これフィッツのお父さんとかでさ。
That photo is important, I'm sure. An axe and some kind of hunting rifle.
honestly doesn't look like they've been moved in a few years.
なんか一個なくなってるよね。怒りかハンマーみたいなの。
I'm more worried about the third one.
The third
The
one?
one that isn't there. An axe and some kind. I'm more worried about the one that isn't there.
Coffee table, half empty wine bottle, lamp left on. And I'm gonna say someone's been using this room.
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
やばいね。 数ページ破られているノート。5人目の大使がようやく見つかった。楽観視していたわけではないが、やはりなんとなくがっかりした。他のメンバーと何ら変わりはないな。ミスティットの友人を音楽室に連れて行って実験してみた。うまくいった。むしろうまくいきすぎたか。研究室はもう一つの失望だった。あんなに苦労したのに水の泡だ。彼は想像以上に目先のことしか見ていない。下まで行ってみた。いい眺めだ。ほとんど片付けられてはいるが、必要なものは揃っている。彼女が入った形跡がある。用心深く何も動かしてはいないが、私は気づいている。気は熟した。まず友人を音楽室に連れて行って実験してみたがまず怖い。人体実験的な何かで、彼女が入った形跡があるっていうのがフレイヤのことを指してるとしたら怖すぎ。いや、怖えって何もかも。
An incinerator built into the wall.
焼却炉
It's still pretty hot.
Is there anything
It's
left?
mostly ashes. Yeah, there's something.
なんだなんだ、羽あんじゃん、羽。黒いボタン。赤い色の布切れ。なんだろう。犯人につながる何かだな、これ。
It's a wooden pin hung up on one.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
真ん中に大きな紙がピンで留められていて、中心にかけて4本の線が引かれている。その下の小さな紙にはマントを着た人物のシルエットのような絵が描かれている。おいおいおいおい、ホークシャーがなんか関係ありそうな感じになってきたし、この線とこのテープはフレイヤの描いてた絵じゃねえか。フレイヤここに侵入してここにあった写真を拝借して絵描いたんだ。ここに来て探偵とあ、やばいなこれ。犯人2人組か。
Someone's been using this room.
あ、そうじゃん。ホークシャーってさ、5日前から来ててどこに寝泊まりしてんだよって話だよ。ここじゃね。
I don't get it. This room is in the original building plans for the mansion. But nowadays it's some big secret?
It's not a secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about this room.
The way the notebook was left out on the table makes me think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
Whoever it was, they left more than just the notebook. There's a whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. I'm betting it'd make more sense if we could see it all together.
That might not be impossible, you know.
?メモはこれか。やば。
Painting from Freya's room and those sketches. Did Freya design Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does that
ホークショーが急にやばい。
That's why Freya made that painting. But it may have been why somebody took a photo of it to use as reference. And as for those sketches of Hawkshaw, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else. Someone with less of a talent for art.
doesn't exactly narrow it down. Should we go ask Detective Hawkshaw about all this?
I'm not sure. I still don't know what's really going on.
ホークショーやばくなってきたな。
Another photograph.
Their faces are all crossed out with some kind of black ink.
That's weird.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people here at Tangle Tower?
Well, the woman on the left looks a little like Poppy, but her style is way different. And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix, but now that I look at it,
うん、違う感じするよね。
Snake?
Worm?
That's the one. Do those look like scratch marks to you?
Yeah, they're on the inside.
いやー、やば。
Stool. Centipede, how many legs?
Too many.
That's how we got in.
Doesn't look like there's any other way to get in. Hooks. Big hooks.
Crumpled up paper.
Is there anything written?
Not really. It's mostly blank.
Those aren't bird
But
cages.
some of them are...
At least they're all empty.
You sure that's a good thing? That's a bookcase.
What a surprise.
They call this room a...
What would you call it?
Subdue. You know, in any normal room. In here, though, it barely
Those
makes...
aren't.
Some of them
At least they're all
you
empty.
sure that's a good thing?
いや、怖ここ。まだ書斎調査できるとこある？
Watch out.
Thanks.
Do those look like scratch
Yeah,
marks?
they're on the inside. They call this room
What would you call it?
of doom.
Nice chair.
It's
Maybe it's just heat from the incinerator.
maybe. Coffee table. I'm gonna say
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
いや、やばいぞここ。
is that a
It's
crab?
got a
Also, crabs no.
あ、ここになんかある。
You sure we should be touching?
Grimoire, don't you think it looks familiar?
Eh? ちょっと待って。
This crab really
That little-
Yeah, but I think I've seen it more recently.
一回見さして。これだ。横右上、左右上、ちょっと上で閉じてる。
Is that a crab?
It's got a
Also, crabs.
えーっと。こんな感じじゃありませんか？
Perfect.
やべえ、なんか出てきたぞ。
What's this?
something somebody didn't want us to find.
クロスボウ出てきた。
What is it?
Was someone trying to hide it from us?
I don't know, but it looks incomplete to me. I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
We found them already.
これホークシャーだ。あ、ちょっと待って、これなんだ？ちょっと一回戻りたいんだけど。
That doesn't seem.
We need something that would...
これじゃね？ これホークシャーじゃねえか。
Not sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You don't think the crossbow is the murder weapon?
Oh no, the crossbow is definitely the murder weapon. But that doesn't mean you solved the mystery. Time to solve this.
All right, break out the notebook. Time to put it all together.
Let's start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it matches Freya's wound. It's the murder weapon. I'm sure of it.
Despite the fact it doesn't have any blood on it, and it wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene.
It was cleaned, then it was hidden. I don't think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
It was fired from above Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
The attic.
Perfect hiding place. We even found a part of the murder weapon up there. The reel was used to pull the arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
The murderer must have dropped the reel in the attic. I'm guessing they were in a hurry to escape.
Wait. The arrow was fired through the crack in the floorboards?
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope. Doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
Ah, right.
Unless... Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too. She'd fallen unconscious.
そうなるよ
In
ね。
the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
ひび割れていたことが関係するなら蓄音機だよな。
The gramophone.
Right.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
There was something in the gramophone.
Something small.
蓄音機の中にあったもの。これしかねえよな。
That's not it.
違う。なんだ？蓄音機の中にあったやつ。
That's not it.
これか？
That's not it.
え？
That's not it.
やべえ。ちょっと待って。
That's not it.
え？
That's not it.
ちょっと待って。なんだなんだ。これか？
Pointer's research says it can emit an incredibly loud hiss when it feels threatened. Poppy and Fitz both said they heard a loud noise around the time of the murder. Neither of them had any idea what it was.
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
No, I don't think so, not by itself. But don't forget, it was being amplified by the shape of the gramophone. Now, I don't think we're purely talking about volume either. It might just be a particular type of frequency.
This is getting kinda scientific. Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't, but I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The hornet's playing. It's a pretty similar shape to the one on the gramophone. That broken glass isn't there on accident. This is someone's science.
そういえば言ってた。
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise, although Pointer might have been lying.
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage too. Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere.
はいはいはいはい。絵の具もテープも
And the gramophone
蓄音機も
itself, they all sustained similar damage
やばいじゃん。
in
あ、
that room.
That's
フ
some
ローラって今
seriously
耳が
powerful
全く聞こえない状態なのか？
vibration, enough to knock someone out all the way across a room.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't get. If the frequency was so powerful and had such a big range, how did the murderer pull it off? Wouldn't they have been in range too? Think about it. They can't have been much further away from the gramophone than Flora was.
遠くにいた。
They were much further away.
Really?
Wait, no, hang on.
Wouldn't they have been in range too? Think about it. They can't have been much further away from the gramophone than Flora was.
そうなんだよね。
They protected themselves.
How?
え？耳当て。
These are some pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start. 1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it know?
The beetle?
Yeah, what triggered it at that particular moment? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
I'm not sure. Maybe something in the music?
Maybe.
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations.
Hmm.
Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and palette by her side.
うん。
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
6. The arrow is pulled back up on the reel.
7. The murderer leaves the attic, presumably.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
That's it.
これができた人物でしょ？
There's something bothering me.
What?
これさ、絵に細工した人物がいるじゃん。
I just want to check something. Let's go back to the crime scene.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it. It's dark.
The plant, it's in the book.
What?
Look,
本当だ。タンタムアミカの種しか食べない。タンタムアミカ。
the plant, it's in the
What?
Look.
answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
I can see the stars.
It's dark. It's dark. The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
2個ある。
The plant. It's in the book.
What?
Look. I can see the stars. 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 I can see the stars.
It's dark.
Freya, did you leave us a clue?
パレットにフレイヤは絵に使う色を準備しておくって言ったよな。
So what's bothering you?
Something that's not here. The thing we didn't find. We know she was holding it during the painting.
Flora's ink-dipped feather?
It was here, in this room. Where'd it go?
We found it somewhere else. We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene, and ended up in the incinerator down in the study.
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question is, how could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access?
うん。入ったってことになるよね。
The final clue about the crime scene. Freya left it for us right here. It's in the unfinished painting. It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime scene recorded just before the murder. If only she'd finished it, and then I could be totally sure.
It's true she never finished it, but she did intend to finish it.
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas. Freya prepared all the colors she was going to need
これね。
before she started painting. was going to be used to paint this sketch of something sitting in the window.
Something in the window. Oh.
これか？
That's not it.
違う。これではないよ
That's
な。
not it.
黄色ってなんだ？
That's not it. That's not it.
これか？
That's not it.
違う。ちょっと待って、ちょっと待って。黄色の鳥？鳥！
There she is, our little thief.
How long has it been there? Did it hear the whole conversation?
She did. But she's a very good listener.
来た来た来た来た。
Well, now, I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
Penny, why did you...
It's Penelope, if you don't mind.
ちょっと待って、ちょっと待って、ちょっと待って。
Before we begin, isn't there a certain formality demanding our attention?
ちょっと待って、ちょっと待って。ペネロペ？
I'm afraid I have to insist. It's to the benefit of us all, I assure you.
え？
Lovely. Now, tell me, what was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
Eh?
I just need to know the truth.
Is that right? Interesting.
Why did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
So, what? You just hated her indiscriminately?
Freya Fellow was an inspiration to us all. She was possessed of the great,
何これ？
the volition to create something from nothing. The willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free. Everything I couldn't be.
え、ホークシャーって存在してないって
I
こと？
just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, what is it, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower.
何？
Got everyone sussed. Unearthed every single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook. Go
何？
on, indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer? Suppose I can't argue with that, can I?
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us, so why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very important at all. She pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those that came after.
どういうこと？
Living at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing and not a you thing?
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is happy, not one.
So why stay? Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
I did. Many times I've walked away. Did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall, did you not?
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself.
え？
My mother, for one. My father, too. The other two Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that was the first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where they'd all gone?
More than that, I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here. Not among the fellows, the Remingtons,
まあ
or the Pointers.
確かにな
But I。felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
Nothing I could do at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
The study. The one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to
何
the
これ？
bedroom.
I'd hear voices at night. Deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get incredibly hot. For hours on end. The paint would peel. Wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something trying to break through. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it. Then, I looked inside. Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
Misted?
What?
As I expected. After all, their connection to the Freya case is minimal, at least at the surface.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It's a collective term, from before my time. Birds, insects, amphibians, anything living off the lake water. The mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mistids, like cryptids, like Bigfoot or whatever.
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mistids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happens, some got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19, I found a single object that rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones. The 5 missing family members standing together.
やっぱそうだ。いなくなった5人なんだこれ。
Calling themselves the ambassadors of Misted Mansion.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of Misted Mansion is long past. When I looked inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era denied to me in its entirety. The study, the room at the bottom of the lake itself. All empty shell. I thought my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, Maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts. The creatures themselves, all lost. Taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And? What happened? Why'd you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission. A unified purpose. They hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mystics. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters. All five completely useless to me.
Even your own parents?
Eventually, I returned to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up, but instead, I made a decision. There was only one person at Tangle Tower still of interest to me.
なんかもう
My
見入っ
dear
ちゃってる。
Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something from the era in this dimension.
That's not right.
これじゃないんだ。
That's not it.
ミスティット屋敷時代のもの。
That's not it. That's not it.
え、なんだなんだなんだ。
That's not it. That's not it.
え、なになに？
That's not it. That's not it.
どれだ？
So where did he get the beetle?
これかこれかこれかこれか。
Can't be sure. But I theorized that he received it in the post.
In the post? From who?
Who can say? Someone outside Tangle Tower. The thought that he would be in contact with such a person all that time, decided to take what was owed to me.
So you stole it.
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen. He was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered to call in a private detective, he jumped on the idea. She arrived the next day. Hawkshaw prides herself on her punctuality, as you know.
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets. On the second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, You stole Pointer's research?
I would have done, if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
It carries an exoskeleton approximately 90% identical to gold. But it's not the 90% I'm interested in. Did you ever question what exactly makes
水だよ
Florida
な。
so unique? Before Misted Mansion was built over the lake, before the lake was even a lake, Lord Remington and his wife built a small structure here, a research station, supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took everything when they left.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much, but I have what I need.
So, why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill Freya?
いやー、そうだよ。ここからだよ。
Simply put, Freya was too good for me. It's my fault. I pushed her over the edge, unknowingly, but still, I take the blame.
What are you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted?
That almost makes sense, but it's not right.
これじゃない。これか。ここが髪の毛みたいになってて、これが赤いマントみたいなこと？
That's right. I had assumed it was purely abstract. I just thought it had a good energy. I later discovered it was a figure of some kind, something from Freya's recurring nightmare, for all her vitality. I think Freya was probably the most troubled of all of us. She was desperate to leave Tangle Tower, but she couldn't just walk away. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory. Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the beetles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her significantly. But in fact, I think it was something else. I think she wanted to free Fiona. The real reason Freya was unable to leave Tangle Tower was that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her. We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all 3 families, and perhaps, somehow, free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance. That was her plan anyway, but something happened. Before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study, found your notes, found that photograph. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
Freya had made a promise to paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less. She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
But why hide in the attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya. It was for Flora. She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. Her
couldn't get Flora out of the room, but if she could be unconscious, then she wouldn't have to witness anything.
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
It helped them cope. The very idea of something abstract, something supernatural. I believe it made things marginally less painful for them, initially. Worked on you, too.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
Well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back. I'd really rather not leave without it.
Wait, it's still here?
It's still inside the gramophone.
鳥が。やべえ音すんじゃん。あ、船使って逃げられたってこと？
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both awake.
I can see.
You two all right?
My head hurts. What happened to us?
You were both unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fit saved both of you, obviously.
When I reached Flora's tower, you were both unconscious, and Penny was crouched down beside you. She had her crossbow on her, but who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know that she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz
Hey.
did not want to believe us, because he liked Penny. A lot.
But what happened? Fitz, what did she do when she saw you?
She jumped out the window.
What? Did she survive?
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room, but by the time I got out there to check, she was already gone.
Hang on. Poppy, why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on the floor in the aviary, all by himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she? No, she didn't.
I apologize. Poppy seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
So, Penny got away.
I'm afraid she did.
We had suspected she might try to escape. I was stationed here by the lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the boat.
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope,
How do you know?
because it's right here.
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
Poppy, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again. I think that's what she would have wanted.
Hue. うわ、マジペネロペとホークシャーの声同じ人がやってた？だからペネロペとホークシャーが大広間で会うたっていうのが嘘で、同一人物だからね。だから本来はペネロペはホークシャーとして大広間におってポインター教授を見送った後、ペネロペと会ったという嘘をついて屋根裏に行ったんだ。でポインター家は現場に全員集合した後、 教授とペネロペはまっすぐ帰ったんだよね、ポインタータワーに。だけどペネロペは自室に帰るふりをして庭に行ったんだ。そこにフィッツが来て事件のあらましを全部ホーク社に説明してたんだ。やばっ。まさかこのホークシャーのデザイン謎やったけど、これがフレイヤが描いてた謎の絵やったっていう。うわー、絶対犯人じゃないと思ってた、ペニー。マジ？ひょおもろ。というわけでタングルタワークリアいたしました。俺9時15分からやってたから丸6時間ずっと配信してた。3時超えとる。これよく見たら後ろのロゴフローラさんなんやね。でナイフ持って血が飛び散ってるように見えるみたいな。楽しかったこのゲーム。なんかマダミス、長編マダミスやった感覚になったな今。お疲れ様でした。面白かったね。いやー、お疲れ様でした。なっこさん1000円ナイスありがとうございます。というわけで終わります。いやー、すごいなこれ。おもろ。明日の予定はですね、明日はなんだっけ。明日はうるさくてすみませんに乗る予定です。なるほどな。お疲れ様でした。 じゃあ楽しかった。ありがとうございます。おやすみなさい。いやすごいなこれ。